What up, what up, what up, and welcome back to Pnoid News. Man, listen, all right, yo, we got a show for y'all tonight, okay? Listen, I know it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I get the mentality. But I'll be honest, I don't care. So listen, I've been talking to like a lot of guys here recently, right? Who, you know, um, how do I put this? You know, they're negative about a lot of things, right? You know what I mean? And it is kind of annoying when you these people don't understand that like the average human being or like even like the topper end human beings aren't quite like them. They don't have like the ability that they do, right? You know what I'm saying? So when I'm over here and I'm going like, hey, listen, like, like I've tried to rock with y'all motherfuckers as much as I can, but like, I'll be honest with you. Okay. I got 8 kids. I got like things I like to do. I got a life I'm living. I don't have time to be reading all the same books that y'all do, right? I ain't got time to stand here and spend my life just engulfed in literature. And that neither does like the regular human being. Neither does an above average human being, right? In the end of the day, we all got stuff we're doing. And everybody kind of just expects things. It's annoying. And we're going to discuss that tonight, right? We're going to start off, though, with like this clip I found about from Ian Carroll talking about the real problem with America's education system, right? Interesting shit that I saw, right? We're going to go through some Eric Weinstein stuff. We're going to talk about that boat that blew up in Baltimore. We're going to get to Nick Fuentes, right? And I got a lot of stuff. I lined up a bunch of shit that like fucking watch, talk about, have discussions on, get on to all this shit. Because I think it's important in the end of the day. I think all this shit is highly important that we have conversations about like all of these things. So without further ado, man, let's get into the show. Let's get to it.
Them the thing. Yeah. That's not how education has ever worked, and that's definitely not how it works now. Ultimately, the whole system is built on negative reinforcement. The only way to know who's a real journalist now is to be educated enough to basically be a journalist yourself.
So recently, Ian Carroll sat down with Sean Johnson and explained the real problem with the U.S. education system. But he goes beyond that, too, because he also talks about the reason why Americans conceive of education in a different way than it should.
Yo, look, how do people that look like this and sound like this have 300,000 subscribers? They got to be buying subs. Like real shit. They have to be buying subs. Like, there's no way. And listen, these people who like do their live streams in front of like all these books, like it's knowledge, right? Like, listen, yo, stop it, bro. Like, for real, stop all the bullshit.
Should be conceived of. He has a lot of interesting ideas to rectify that. So let's check out his take on it. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel.
My actual goal, if I had to prioritize one thing, it's education. It's not. I'm not trying to do this right now because there has to be phases to things. I'm trying to build the power and influence and resources in order to do this later. Okay. But I would love to play a role in revolutionizing the education system, which is not to say like go in and like change how schools work, because ultimately I think that schools are a dying institution. Yeah.
It's weird. I said this shit like 5 years ago. You know what I mean? It's fucking strange. Like, I don't understand. Our society is ran by a bunch of retards. I think that's kind of the problem in the end of the day. You have these boomers, these old fucking people who like legitimately shouldn't be the fucking charge of anything. It's the reason why it is that we all have to continue to like go and do nonsense all the fucking time. Like, why you still have to go into the office, even though like we all have the fucking internet. These boomers don't understand a lot of shit, right? Just as a whole. And schools are on that same level where it's like, listen, you have access to the entirety of the world's knowledge in a little black fucking box, right? That's a 1/4 inch wide, 6 inches long, and 4 inches wide in your fucking pocket at all times. It is wild. Like legit that we're still going to school. Like, why? For what fucking reason? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, at all. Like, it's completely illogical. For $50 a month, all of us could eliminate all of these fucking education systems, right? With just an internet connection. It's fucking bananas. Right. Let's keep going though.
The purpose of schools right now is daycare and indoctrination. And
Based.
you get to know some homeschoolers, some homeschool families, and you will very quickly realize that what the digital is doing to our young people and how to make that a productive relationship instead of a destructive
Embrace it rather than...
Exactly.
Well, they just signed a new law here. Governor Abbott just signed a bill saying no more cell phones in classrooms. Literally yesterday.
Which is like, in some ways, cool. Let's get some more human interaction. Let's get back to real life.
But it's also holding us back from moving into a new era.
And so I think that down the line, I intend to play a large role. And I what I mean by not getting, like, I'm not going into the school institution. What I mean is that what we need is a change of our cultural consciousness about how we all think about education. Because I had this thought the other day that we all think of journalists as like a career of those people over there that do journalism, just like those people cook burgers and those people fix cars. But that doesn't work anymore because it used to be that we had, 40 possible news sources and you just picked one and it was journalists working there. And so you were just going to one of 40 newspapers and you were just reading their journalism. And that's how you learned about the world. And now that landscape, I mean, even then that landscape was purchased by the CIA and by all these different things. But now it's so obvious that there's way too many sources to trust. And B, all those sources are controlled and influenced and money's trying to buy them, corporations and intelligence agencies. And it turns into this crazy landscape where it doesn't matter if there's good journalists out there if you're not paying attention to them. And how are you going to know which ones are good journalists? Because the only way to know who's a real journalist now is to be educated enough to basically be a journalist yourself.
Yeah, agreed. And there's lots to dissect here. What he was talking about regarding education, I do think is true. It is indoctrination. There's no greater conflict of interest than giving the state a monopoly on education.
Fucking retarded, I swear to God. Listen, the only reason that the state exists, all right, like the modern nation state, is because of education. That's the only reason that the nation or the state that we think of today exists, is because of education. So I should probably break this down a little bit. All right. So in the 1850s, right, this Prussian school model became ubiquitous, right, across like Western Europe and United States. United States not until like the 1890s-ish. But basically the premise is that what you could do is you could stand here and build all these schools and like go, hey, listen, we're going to educate everybody. And like, you get to learn all this knowledge and knowledge. And what they did is they taught everybody like the same languages. And at the same time, they were able to indoctrinate everybody into the idea that the children in particular, into the idea that the state, right, was like a normal institution that has always existed. But the truth is like the word state as a whole, when you're talking about like nations, wasn't even mentioned until like the 30s, right? You know what I mean? Like the whole idea of a state is a fucking fairly new fucking concept when it really comes down to it. Like before that, you were part of your community, and most human beings didn't go more than 10 miles away from where the fuck they were born ever in their fucking lives. That is like up until like before agriculture 6,000 years ago, in which case you were like a hunter-gatherer and you walked every fucking where, like you could travel, 10,000 miles or, 5,000, 6,000 miles in your lifetime. You never know like how far you would go, right? We talk about like the Native Americans, right? As far as that's concerned, going across the Bering Land Bridge and these type of things. But like this stuff, like following herds of animals was like, the norm. And then you had like agriculture where like you would live in a community and like you'd have like your own regional dialect. And a good example of this is like in Italy up until, 1900, only like fucking 10% of the population spoke Italian. France, 50% of the population. Same type of deal, right? This is Germany, same thing. This is why, like, when you talk about the United States is one of the oldest countries on earth. That's fucking wild to say. I mean, it's true, technically, right? It's not true, like long term wise, like so Iran, Persia, fucking China, all the shit that existed 10,000 years ago. But like, their modern state didn't exist up until recently. So these are ideas, at least with the borders that they have now. And these things are only like possible through education. Let's keep going.
So why should we be surprised when children grow up believing that the state is the solution to all the problems, and the state's remedies to solutions should be applied in every avenue of life, even outside of the disasters they create in endless wars and corporate welfare and debt and inflation? But it's just like if we were to have, pictures of Walmart CEOs in our schools, and if Walmart controlled the schools and Walmart said monopoly is bad.
Which be absorbed. It's like these shifts of mindset that will change how we work as a culture. And right now we think of education as something that like you send your kid to the place where the people give them the thing. Yeah. That's not how education has ever worked, and that's definitely not how it works now. It's like education is something you do to yourself by choosing by as a young person having inspiration, an opportunity to build your identity and building learning into your identity. Because more and more young people are learning now as they're growing up. They all know this before their parents even do and their teachers do. That they know that like whatever comes into my mind, like whoever I am, it's like the world gives me what I am. And I think a lot of kids get trapped in like it's this huge world and I am nobody and I have nothing.
I need to be told what to do.
Exactly. So it's like whatever. Meh.
Yeah, a lot of this is because the U.S. long ago embraced what's called the Prussian model of education. And this was a model set up in a European state, Prussia, influential throughout the rest of the world. But
it was set up by Frederick the Great. Right. The reason why we adopted the Prussian model, and what these conservatives aren't going to fucking tell you, is because like they wanted to fold in all these populations of people that they had absorbed right through immigration, the Italians, the Irish, the Germans, the French, the Native Americans, right, who still spoke their native fucking language, the Polish, all these humans who like they spoke their native language in America, and so they wanted to be able to fold them into the American model. Right. This is a very corporatist ideology. So that you could have them all swap and like interchangeably in between like the different like corporations that existed. This is why we adopted this fucking model. Don't get anything misunderstood about any of this. Right? This is horseshoe theory, right? In its very basic essence.
That's where it originated. That was designed around the premise that the males in someone's family would be often away fighting wars, and the state had to kind of take care of them for a prolonged period of time.
This is not true in any fucking way whatsoever. This is 100% not true in any fucking way, right? Legitimately. This is not true. The Prussians introduced this model to create good soldiers, right? This is why Frederick the Great created this model. This dude, I don't know why he's saying the words coming out of his fucking suckhole right now. I don't fucking know. We're gonna keep going now.
So it was less about the actual intellectual taking care of them as part of confining the education works, and it
was motivated to make the most of himself, to put the most into his brain, to learn.
Skip. Like, this guy's dumb. Like, legit.
And the most skills, he could become the next Mr. Beast. Yeah. Like, the internet changes everything. And if you get that switch to flip early enough in childhood with the right, with a supportive enough environment around you of like at least a little bit of love, kids can become amazing things. And trying to shift that consciousness to be like, stop outsourcing learning to other people and start. Everyone has to be their own learner, and they have to teach their kids to be their own learner from this.
Well, I mean, like, the reason why it is that this country was built the way it was, right? Like, the way that we became so great was the fact that we were heavily agricultural, but the agriculture was very industrial for the time. So the reason that, like, our soldiers were so effective in World War II and World War I in particular is the machines that we were using on the front lines, our soldiers could fix on the front lines, right? Because like they were all farm boys who were used to fixing fucking tractors and fucking cars and trucks and doing all that type of shit, right? The rest of the world wasn't used to that. We're like, they were very urbanized people who didn't work on their own shit, right? This is the thing. So like what you really need to do is you again need to go back to fucking like basic agriculture and communities so that, you know, remember like back in the day, a lot of y'all probably too young for this shit, but like we used to like build shit to like fucking play, right? You know, you'd have to build like a little tree house, or you had to build a fucking ramp to run your bike off of. You had to fix your fucking bike, right? There was all this stuff that you had to do. And then once you got to like the age where like you were using like, you know, mechanical devices like cars or whatever it was, or scooters or go-karts, you had to learn how to fix all these things. This is difficult to do in an urban environment, right? Like right now, we have all these kids out here in the streets riding dirt bikes, and the fucking people hate it because it gets in the way of them like making money, right? You know what I mean? So like this is kind of the problem. You have to get back to like an agricultural basis so you can solve those basic problems, right? And have people willing to do these things so you can have that logical thinking automatically put into the mix, right? It's literally, this isn't like, you know, I mean, this is why, like I say, like my ideas are like fucking fundamentally better than everybody else's, right? My idea, like communitarianism, where everybody grows fucking their own fucking food somewhat, because in order to do so, you have to like overcome obstacles, and this creates critical thinking. You know, I mean, just as a whole, which causes you to be inventive with your solutions. And like different people in different places with different amounts of stuff and different like financial means are going to come up with different solutions to these problems. Because, you know, hunger is nature's fucking college, son. You know what I mean? Let's keep going though.
Start. That's my big long-term goal. And how
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, that's a great goal to aspire to, and it's part of the Enlightenment ideal that your education shouldn't just be confined to, you know, the time between.
Enlightenment's fucking stupid. Fucking listen, I'm gonna skip over everything that this fucking guy says because he's fucking dumb as fuck, bro. Like real shit. This guy is fucking stupid.
Life and education.
messages. I'm actually kind of intentionally on the like pump the brakes on the fame and like pump the brakes on the massive growth and pump the brakes on like I've stopped answering emails. I like don't even check my text messages. I've just like turned off to the whole world of like I'm getting like people trying to sponsor me and like money trying to like offered to like come on this podcast for all this money. It's like no thanks. Like right now I'm trying to just like settle down and make a YouTube channel and like get out of the whole social media fighting for a little bit so I can just learn more and just like hone the craft and spend some time just like being low key and building what I'm doing. Because I assume like down the line I'm gonna write some books, down the line I'm gonna do some shows, down the line I'm gonna do some travel. I just want to get creative.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get sucked into there's so many forces constantly trying to suck you into like what everyone else is doing, what everyone else is fighting about, all the distractions. But the one thing
right now, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens versus Nick Fuentes, you know, people so consumed talking about.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that later, right? You know, because it's fucking interesting, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, let me get away from this fucking retard talking again.
Don't love doing it. Like if you don't love
Exactly.
learning, right? Because if, you know, you write out that plan of how to start that YouTube channel for her, and if she doesn't love learning, step 1 is going to suck, and step 2 is going to suck also, and step 3 is going to suck as well. And so it's that flip of, because you're right, the schools teach you to hate learning. And there's so many reasons why and things packed into that, but like ultimately the whole system is built on negative reinforcement, built on what you don't do, what you don't like, don't break.
Let me say this. I don't think schools teach you to hate learning. I don't think that's it at all, right? I think schools teach you to like fucking hate school, right? Hang on a minute. Sorry, fucking man. Listen, I had some of this cream cheese dip with some fucking apples here a little bit ago. You know, diabetes is a fucking thing. But yeah, I don't think schools teach you to hate learning. I think schools teach you to hate school and proper education, right? Like I've always loved reading, and I've always loved, you know what I mean, like learning new information. I don't think anybody hates learning new information. That's why like conspiracy theories are so fucking popular, because everybody's always trying to learn and discover things all the fucking time. I think what they hate is the fucking process, right? You know what I mean? Like it's this and by the way, like listen, there's also the fact that like only a certain like portion of the human society is capable of like being actually educated. This is part of the other fucking problem. Like the average human being, you know what I mean, is a fucking ant, you know what I mean, in an ant colony. You have a top 20%, and then you have the bottom 80%. Like, it's fucking, Pareto's distribution. It's just how shit operates, right? So when it comes down to it, that's just what it is. Let's keep rocking though.
Break that rule. Don't get out of line. Don't get the answer wrong. Don't do that. Sit down. It's all discipline for what was done wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And there's very little celebration of what was done right. There's very little like opening a door and encouraging you to go out
and man, positive reinforcement is important.
Man, listen, it's again, this dude, how the fuck do you have, and that's what it is, bro. Like, listen, dummies have a lot of subs, right? Like, dumb people get a lot of subs, like real shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, it just is like, I know a lot of guys who are not that bright and they have a ton of subscribers, right? That's just how it works. And motherfuckers wonder, like, why is my YouTube channel fucking doing whatever, right? It's because of the fact that, like, you end up standing here having these, you have like the ability to talk to like normal people who are fucking stupid, right? And so like they follow you. That's the fucking problem.
That my parents and the schools I went to and the teachers that I had in those environments, it was like, for example, the middle school I went to, the slogan was nurturing the brilliance in every child. And the idea takes shape where it's like they got all their teachers on board with the idea of like, look for what your kids are good at and then encourage them to do projects and make and change the class so that your kids can explore what they do. And I like, everyone loves to learn naturally when you're born. Like every young person, like we are designed to learn. That's what we do. And it's only through conditioning that out of you through shame and negative reinforcement and guilt and all these other things that you stop wanting to take those risks and stop wanting to try new things and stop wanting to like learn and do the work.
Yeah. What do you?
Anyway, right. Yeah. Listen. So I honest to God, like, yo, Victor, by the way, what up, man? Nice to see you out there in the fucking chat. Yes, I am live right now. You know what I mean? Like, I've been setting up clips for like the past like hour and a half, right? Going through, finding stuff that I wanted to talk about and shit. So this one here is from Eric Weinstein. I know a lot of people hate Eric. Y'all need to get over your fucking bullshit, like real shit. Eat the meat, swallow the fucking, swallow the meat, spit out the bones, dog. Just how the fuck it works, all right? You know what I mean? You gotta learn how to fucking do that shit sometimes. Because Eric says some awesome ass shit, right? You know what I mean? And we're gonna listen to like two parts of this. One is, and listen, let's listen to him. And it's fucking cool. Let's listen.
That's what happens when you unhook the proximate, which is air hunger, from the ultimate, which is the need to breathe. So thirst is proximate to dehydration. Hunger is proximate to the need for nourishment. In part, religion and prayer is there to keep us from unhooking all of these protective things and just turning life into a hoot. You can have a hoot without religion, but if everybody has a hoot, the whole society collapses. At some point, I think a president of the United States may have said that people who defend this country were suckers. Something like that. And I thought, God damn you. Maybe it's true even. But how many families have received a flag-draped coffin and felt pride?
Listen, I feel that deeply, right? I do. I feel that deeply. Let me say this. You got to earn it. That's the bitch, is you have to fucking earn that. This can't just be something that's given. Like, you have to, like, it's not just like those soldiers defending the fucking country. It has to be you defending those fucking soldiers and their family and their nation, their ethnicity, their culture. It has to go both ways. It fucking has to go fucking both ways. Let's keep going.
Like, we lost something precious, but we are part of the American tapestry in a way that few families can be. And when we outsmart ourselves, when we unhook all of these things, you know, every single young woman has an idea about what the opportunity cost of not going on OnlyFans is. Before, we didn't know what the opportunity cost. There was no measurement of it. We're becoming too sophisticated. We've got too much information. We're deranging ourselves. We're having a blast. And we're completely undoing all of the superstructure of the world. The number of people who don't have children or want children, or my kids make fun of me that I just go around telling people to make babies. And it's the most normal thing in the world. I meet parents who don't harass their own children to get married and have families. Like, what are you doing?
The superstructures of the world.
Yeah.
One being family.
Yeah.
Love.
Tradition.
Man, listen, that's the traditional British person right there. See that?
Yeah.
Things that connect you to.
And what are the symptoms of that unhooking from the superstructures of the world?
How much do you care about things? How much do you care about people saying your name 4 generations out?
Me.
Yeah, you.
You're probably asking the wrong person, because I just don't think legacy matters, because I'm going to be dead.
That's right. But I'm asking all of you who believe that.
Yeah.
That is so sad. It is so weird that no one cares about their legacy because they don't see a future. So what I'm trying.
That's a beautiful thought. I'll be honest with you. I'm not 100% sure I can put it any better than Weinstein did right there. We talk about these things. What is your legacy? As a man, right? Like, as a man, as a human being, do you think about like what you're going to become, what you are, what they'll say about you, what's going to be on your tombstone? It's a beautiful thought, right? I mean, it's not like crazy to like think about that. I think part of this is Christianity run amok. And this is why like people really hate the fucking Jews, because they're a people. You think about their people long term. We don't think about our people long term. We see ourselves as individuals. My buddy the other day, he said, the Anglos need a God king, because if they don't have one, they get upset that they're not the God king. It's deep, bro. That's some deep ass shit. Like, it's wild to me as a man, right? To me, as like as a Guinea, as an Italian, right? Because like we don't have that. We think of ourselves as a people. Think about our family, our legacy, who we are, where we come from. The British don't have that connection. Like every Arab, every Muslim, the Sunni and the Shiite thing, right? The reason why they have that is because each of them are claiming that they're descendants from a certain group, right? They both claim that like they're descendants of the thing, and the other one thinks that they aren't. Their entire identity is based on their descendancy. This is dangerous for violent means, right? Because like it causes wars and conflicts and shit. But makes you a better human because you behave yourself. Because you think about like what people are going to say about your grandkids and your great grandkids, how they're going to treat them because of how much of a piece of shit you were. The idea that you can just leave and go elsewhere and your kids are just going to be safe because like nobody knows about the fuckery you did growing up. It's a completely new concept.
Trying to say is, I'm desperate to get you a future so that you care.
What needs to happen to get me a future?
Something remarkable, something utterly remarkable, because it's not going that way. And that's what the physics part is. Like I talk about physics constantly. Physics is the only thing that's going to get you a future.
How?
Well, right now, the big problem is that we share one atmosphere.
Yeah.
So everything that can, all the really bad things, whether it's pathogens, like imagine something COVID-like but far worse, or climate, or radiation, all of these things don't know anything about borders. To an extent, there's a southern and a northern hemisphere that are separate, but even that's not a great border. So we can draw all the borders on land that we want, but we still have basically one or two atmospheres, and I would really say one. And we've now gotten powerful enough to really screw it up, right? And so
Through nukes or through carbon emissions?
all three of those things,
Okay.
right? Everything that you care about is on one sphere with one atmosphere. And I think Elon is 100% right. We got to get to another sphere. I can't believe that he's focused on Mars. I mean, sure, focus on the moon, focus on Mars, focus on chemical rockets. But throw a couple billion towards physics, for God's sakes, and let us get serious about exploring the cosmos. This is our womb. This is not our home. You know that song Closing Time?
No, I don't.
Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I think
Yeah,
it's about
okay.
birth. Yeah, it's time to be born. You can't stay here.
It is not about birth, right? That song's about, like, you know what I mean, hanging out at the bar, right? And you know what I mean, being a barfly. Right? I really do like a song. It's like closing time. Shit. What is it? Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Shut all the lights off. Like, man, listen, it's like banger ass song, man. I'm gonna have to listen to that shit here soon. Let's keep going though.
This is completely obvious to me, and I am the only person who talks this way, and so I sound like a lunatic, and I get tired of it. But the real reason, it's about the mangoes. It's about the rambutan. It's about the music. It's about all the things that I love.
So why would you want to leave?
I want to take it with us, and I want to see what else is out there, and I want to meet people.
Why don't you just stay here and fix this planet?
Because you can't. The odds of fixing one sphere for a permanent future, you've already talked about it. You don't care about the future.
I don't have children yet either, so I don't have that.
It doesn't matter if you have children or not, bro. Right? Like, this is what happens when you destroy your nation and your ethnicity. Right? Like, this dude here is British. This is a Briton. This is a Brit. The world accepts this as being a Brit. Do you give a shit? You know what I mean? Right? Like, as a people. Right? That, like, literally, you motherfuckers don't have an ethnicity anymore. Like, if you stop caring about, like, what your grandchildren will look like, this is the problem with, like, not being racist, not being a racialist, right? Not being an ethnicist, right? When you stop caring about, like, what your grandkids will look like, you stop caring about, like, having grandkids. You stop caring about the future as a whole. This is why liberalism is so fucking dangerous.
But my children don't have children, and their children don't have children. And I care about them, and they're not even here.
We've got some time left here, though, no?
Well, we did. If you looked what's happened in the last month, it's coming undone. Pakistan and India.
Do you really think this is the start of the end?
I have no idea where I am. Of course it is. The World War II order was it's like control rods keeping the world from going supercritical.
Can't we just put the rods back together?
Have you looked at we had an election.
I mean, like, listen, okay. The problem with, like, the World War II order, it was all based, right, off of, like, a bribe for the rest of the world so that we could write their defense policies, And today we're standing here going like, hey, listen, all of us are poorer, worse off, and like fucked. And we've stacked so much onto like the futures markets, right? Like that's what like the 401k and the retirement shit is, right? It's stacking onto the futures markets to pay for things that, we lost due to our need to continue to like give up like the expansion of capital growth into like us as humans. When we become its fucking food, when we become the terrain of the economy, and our families and our communities became the terrain of the economy, all this shit went fucking sideways. Because all of a sudden, like, yo, you have to make up for the shit that you ate. You commoditized, right? You capitalized our like fucking family structures. That's what a 401k is. It's a commodification of your fucking family structure. So people don't understand. What is the value, right? This is crazy proposition. What is the value of having children long term? You talk about like the amount of money you put into them, right? Everybody knows that number. You know what the other number is? How much money are they worth to you to take care of you when you can't work anymore? Like, yo, bruh, we spend $1 trillion a year on education for children. We spent 1.5 trillion for retirement for Social Security alone. This all that money that's tied up in BlackRock, that's all pension funds. The fuck you think Vanguard is? Like, yo, listen, these are retirement accounts, bruh. What is the value that was lost? And we're chasing it back again. And this is, how do I put this? This is us chasing down a mistake. This is us refusing to go, this was a mistake and we need to fix it. With losing multi-generational families and communities. This is us being a spoiled brat and going, no, I don't care. This is that broad getting out of the fucking car and walking her ass fucking 10 miles home because she upset about what something the dude said. That's what this is. This is cutting off your nose to spite your face just so you fucking think you're right. What the fuck all this is.
With Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris in the U.S. Tell me what's going on in the UK. What are we doing in the mayoral race for New York? I don't know if you're watching what I'm watching.
What up? What up?
Look at
Fun
the
under
mess
cars with kids, my brother.
that's going on in Gaza. Russia is nuclear. Israel is presumably nuclear. Pakistan and India are nuclear. The U.S. is nuclear. Iran is almost nuclear. China is pissed off about Iran because it was trying to make a play through the region. North Korea is watching. Oh, and look at the UK in turmoil. UK is a very nuclear country, to say nothing of France. This is not going to go well. And by the way, look at how much is happening with AI, right? Everything was really stagnant. So I have this famous challenge that I give people, which is go into a room and subtract the screens and forget about style. How do you know you're not in 1973? Like drones are the beginning. Imagine I needed a refill on my coffee and you did something and a drone brought me a coffee to not interrupt the flow. We know we weren't in 73, but in general, drones aren't a big part of our lives. These robots, I've never seen a humanoid robot actually doing anything other than on YouTube where it's like doing the mashed potato. Mm-hmm. So in general, yeah, things were just really stagnant for a really long time. And during that period of stagnation, we had this crazy narrative, which is like the dizzying pace of change is making it almost impossible to keep up while things were incredibly stagnant. And so it just shows you sort of this weird way in which our minds can be programmed to completely ignore what we're experiencing.
Is there not a chance that we'll just continue to...
Okay, if you want to go with chance, look, until you're worried about your great-great-grandchildren, I don't want to have this conversation with you.
Fucking based. Yo, fucking based. All right, so check this out, bro. Like real shit. All right, so there's like two or three parts of this I wanted to go over, right? Shit. All right, so there's a part about Jeffrey Epstein, which we're going to get to after this part right here about intelligence being broken, right? This is fascinating. Again, like, listen, I love listening to Eric Weinstein because, like, he always comes up with some shit that's fucking really cool. Now, there's parts that he says, and I'll be real with you, you know what I mean, that I'm not, you know what I mean, like, approving of, which is, you know what I mean, like, oh, the India-Pakistan thing, it's fucking normal, right, whatever. India and fucking China's had a border dispute for, like, fucking 50 years. They're up there fighting in the Himalayas with sticks, right? They're fucking dumb, right? Just like the Israel-Hamas thing. The Greater Israel Project's gonna be a fucking giant ass fucking problem that, like, we're all gonna have to fucking have a conversation about. But again, this is a World War II fucking thing. Like, this is all part of this order kind of collapsing. So let's get into the intelligence part of this. You know what I mean? Listen, this is gonna be a nice live stream. I got everything kind of set up. We're gonna work through some stuff, and we're gonna enjoy ourselves. Let's get to it.
Enough, some of them, to say, they sent all these missiles and they couldn't even hit anyone. And I'm just thinking, do none of you understand anything? I just don't even know where I am. And I'm looking at, you know, I know Tulsi.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah. Tulsi's amazing.
She's the head of the intelligence program for the United States.
Director of National Intelligence, right? Tulsi has seen the devastation, not of war, but of U.S. action abroad. Like, we haven't really had full wars, but we get involved in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever. And you know, people die and there are firefights. It's not like it has nothing to do with war, but full-on war is a very different thing. We say the Iraq War, but I want to be very careful about the language. You know, war usually involves you getting rocked at home, not just your troops abroad. I don't think she appreciates the gravity of the situation, that somehow what we need to do is we need to stabilize this thing for 50 to 100 years while we desperately try to figure out a long-term solution. And this idea of, like, just, we're not taking responsibility for the world we already screwed up. I don't want to send Americans, you know, I'm not an Israeli, I'm an American. I don't want to send my fellow Americans to die in foreign battles that we have no business being in, but we have to take ownership of our history with oil and energy in the Middle East.
And what does that look like, taking ownership?
Me and Neurojack got into it about this shit right here, right? You know what I mean? Where I said, like, listen, you have a debt you need to fucking pay, right? And this is part of that debt. Like, when you fuck shit up, you're responsible for fixing it. Like, you got to take ownership of the fucking dumb shit that you fucking do, right? Like, it's highly important that you take ownership of the things that you fuck up. It's basic. It's some basic ass shit, right? Let's keep going on.
Recognizing that we created the mullahs.
And doing what about it?
And wait a second, not just that, and that we also created a lot of the heartache along with Sinwar, and to a much lesser extent Israel, by foisting this two-state solution on people who would never put up with it. Like, I lived in Israel for 2 years. You would have conversations with Arabs, some of whom are Israelis, you know, and they would say, look, you know, you just don't understand the West Bank, and you don't understand the difference between the West Bank and Gaza. And they would tell me straight up, you're going to get us all killed with this two-state solution. Stop it. And it was very hard for me to hear. But we're just having a child's conversation about the Middle East. And I will say this about the UK.
So I wrote an article on this recently, right? About like why we fucking support Israel in the way we do, right? And this started in like World War II, right? And the big thing with like the fucking Jews, like the Jews, like fucking in the West have always, Jews and the Brits, because the Brits want to be God kings, right? And the Jews, say they're God's chosen people, so like fucking, they battle, right? The rest of the fucking, like fucking European continent gives zero fucks. Germany had a bit of an issue, but that's mostly because of Britain, right? Let's keep it a bean. But like, the reason we support Israel is World War II in Italy, when we went and conquered Italy, the Jews like were escaping out of Germany, and we used them as like human intel assets. And they're massively useful. And this continued, right, with a guy, shit, I forget his fucking name, to be honest with you. When the CIA just started with the OSS and started to continue with the CIA and the foreign desk, right? And due to the fact that like the Soviets had the same thing, where it's like we needed Jews who were escaping the Soviets or were doing aliyahs back to the Holy Land. We were trading secrets, right, from Israel for weapons and like support and all this type of shit. And this was a World War II and Cold War policy that continued on, right, after it's done. And that's where we are today. It's like back in like the Cold War, this made perfect fucking sense. Everybody's like, yeah, listen, the Soviets are the biggest problem. Now it's like we have a ton of small problems, right? Where like Russia's a small problem. Fucking Iran's a small problem. North Korea's a small problem, right? Fucking Hamas is a small problem. They're fucking launching like rockets, like actual like fucking Acme fucking Wile E. Coyote fucking rockets, right? So like these are all tiny little things that we could solve with like very, very quickly with big fucking guns that we have and missiles and bombs. But the thing is like, we don't have the wherewithal or political will to do any of this type of shit, right? Because it's not our fucking issue. And we don't have the benefit of doing so anymore, right? Like there's no benefit to us to help these motherfuckers do the same things that we used to do. But we're still giving Israel support and weapons because this was a Cold War policy. And on top of that, the Israelis have, used their, like fucking extensive, like intel network that they got from us, right, to fucking like blackmail our fucking leadership and our congressmen and fucking a lot of the bureaucrats in the fucking government to keep that fucking money flowing the fuck in. This is the fucking problem, right, in the end of the day. And we're going to get into the Epstein thing here in a minute too. So let's keep going, bro. Like, let's keep going.
The British Foreign Service had a different failure mode than the US. They really learned the regions. They learned the dialects of the languages of the countries that they were involved in. The British Empire took many places that they were involved in seriously, and they have a very complicated legacy. I spent a lot of time in Bombay, and there's a lot of debate among very educated Indians about figuring out how to think about the British legacy, all of the great institutional structures that were built, all of the prejudice and bigotry. Why was such a small country able to...
Welcome all y'all, welcome to the channel, man. I have a wrench, you know what I'm saying? Everybody gets a wrench in the motherfucking chat, that way nobody can get abused. It's how the shit works where I come from.
Colonize such a large land, basically working with the locals. It's a rich conversation. We're having childlike conversations about all of this. I'm sorry if I'm going on about this, but it's just a very weird thing that we can't get anybody's attention. You can't even get my attention. I'm watching hypersonic missiles slam into the places I just was. And then I'm watching a cat video. And then I'm trying to figure out what to order through Uber Eats. And it's just like, I can't stay focused. It's really important to put this right. And the U.S. screwed up the Middle East along with the U.K. really good. And we have a lot of responsibility. And if we want to go isolationist, I understand that. But you first have to put back the chicken soup that you spilled.
And how'd you do that?
I'm not sure. I'm not the director of national intelligence. I'm not the Secretary of Defense. I'm not in the Oval Office. I mean, it's very weird. I was workmates with J.D. Vance.
I tell you what I do, man. Listen, like like if we want to walk away, right? There's certain parts of the country that, or there's certain parts of the Middle East, right? The world where like they are natural nations, right? There's unnatural nations and natural nations. Like all the places with like square fucking borders are unnatural nations. All the places with, like normal fucking borders tend to be natural nations. Like for instance, Turkey in the Middle East. Old man Turkey, as they call it. Old man Turkey is accustomed to dealing with like these type of problems on a regular basis. This is the ex-Holy Roman Empire. They should probably be empowered to deal with things, them and Iran, because they are the two natural nations, Persia and, the Holy Roman Empire, right? Those are the two fucking places that used to run things in that fucking region. You should have a conversation with them and say, hey, listen, we're going to leave you to fucking charge. This is your regional area now. Y'all work things out between each other. Right, and they probably would, right, in the end of the day. Russia's another one, right? Hey, listen, Eastern Europe's yours. Do what you need to do. Fucking China, like, hey, listen, we know that you can't escape the first island chain without us, right? Without us keeping everybody on the same fucking level. Like, y'all can't do anything. So, hey, listen, you're on your own. Deal with the Japanese, Koreans, the Filipinos, the Indonesians, right? All these individuals on your own. India, like, are you just like leave it alone? Like, they'll just shit their fucking area to fuck up. Just how it works. And then France and Germany need to be dealt with, right? I don't know what the fuck you do there, to be honest. Europe's the problem. And then Africa, like Egypt hasn't been in its own like control other than during our order in like fucking 3,000 years. It was the Greeks, it was the Romans, it was the Carthaginians, the Libyans, right? Like they've gotten rocked by everybody forever, right? As far as Israel's concerned, like, listen, they're fucked. They're in a neighborhood where like, there's a lot of fucking people who can't fucking stand them, and they've done a lot of bad shit. Right. Let's keep it all the way honest. Right. They have interfered in everybody's thing. It's like California dragging its nuts across the rest of the United States. They're a fucking problem. Right. It just is what it is. I'm not 100% sure how to handle that situation. Like, I'd move to fucking Brazil if it was me personally. Like, hey, listen, here's a little swath of land in Brazil. Enjoy yourselves. Like, yo, get the fuck out of that neighborhood. Call what you want holy. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why it has to be that area. But anyway, listen, let's go to the Jeffrey Epstein part of this, which is the part that everybody's probably going to enjoy the most. Let's get there.
Because our government isn't good enough to keep its own secrets. This is an abomination. You cannot destroy your A-team.
Who are you referring to when you say people are being destroyed? Are you referring to people like yourself?
If you look at, for example, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein conducted a conference called Confronting Gravity. I don't know who Jeffrey Epstein was, but I would certainly bet money that he was a product of at least one or more elements.
I bet they do out there in Cali, right? You know what I mean? Again, but the problem is like California just drags its balls across everywhere the fuck else in the goddamn country. Right? It's a fucking issue. Like, your fucking laws fuck the rest of us up. When you're out here passing like all this emission shit and nonsense, like all of a sudden, I can't have a gas-powered fucking lawnmower or a weed whacker. Why? Because like y'all motherfuckers banned it. And they're like, oh, there's 40 million people here, so like we're all gonna fucking do the same. Literally, y'all fuck all the rest of us up all the fucking time.
Of the intelligence community.
The CIA, the FBI.
Those are ours. Right? Department of Homeland Security has some of this stuff. Geospatial intelligence has some of this. It's a large network. I'm talking about people like David Grush. I'm talking about people potentially like David Fravor. I'm talking about people like Jake Barber. I'm talking about scientists like Leo Szilard. Imagine if Leo Szilard didn't know that the Manhattan Project was going on, or Jack Raper, a journalist who broke a story. These people all think that they're doing their jobs. I desperately want to know why Jeffrey Epstein knew so much about my work. And I want to know why he was connected to my graduate program. I was in the Harvard mathematics department. Jeffrey Epstein was absolutely connected to the Harvard math department. I want to know why.
How was he connected to the math department?
You're pushing me to say things I'm not going to say. But
Well,
I don't mind.
I'm curious. I'm not trying to push you.
I understand,
Yeah.
but I'm just not going to do it. I'm saying that anybody who wants
But
to
you said he was connected to the math department.
the Harvard mathematics department.
How did you know he was connected?
You can Google it. You could Google it right now. This is not, I can point at all sorts of stuff that's hidden in plain sight.
So I'll take your word for it. And the assertion that I'm picking up on is that Jeffrey Epstein was planted in your world to keep.
I'm not saying he's planted. I don't know who he was. I don't know who ran him. He certainly was not a financier in any standard sense.
Really?
That was a cover story, yes.
The way that we know Jeffrey Epstein, in the UK especially, is just this guy who was this rich guy who had this island, who brought people there and then did these despicable things there.
Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's the story.
Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. It's called perseveration. He was a disgraced financier. What kind of a financier? A disgraced one. What was his name? Oh, he was disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. They perseverate that into your mind so that you auto-complete that in your LLM life. Do you believe that that's what Jeffrey Epstein was?
You met him.
Yeah. I
Was
can
he a
tell that
disgraced financier?
he wasn't a financier the day I met him.
What was he?
He was a weird guy who didn't seem to know a lot about currency trading. Claiming to run a multi-billion-dollar FX hedge fund.
When you say a weird guy, what made him weird?
Same stuff I've said on Chris Williams. I'm not going to go back through that. Just my point is you're getting a different interview, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to get at is Jeffrey Epstein knew a tremendous amount about my work when nobody knew anything about my work. And he had a pipeline into me that I didn't understand, which is that he was connected to my graduate program. And you can check out the conference called Exploring Gravity.
And hosted physical workshop called Confronting Gravity
Confronting Gravity, that's right.
in March 2006.
Yeah, what is Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is very focused on gravity.
Was it a gravity conference?
Yeah.
It was about gravity.
Yeah,
What the fuck was he doing talking about bloody gravity if he's a financier?
it was very important to get Nobel laureates and some of the smartest people on Earth to come to the Virgin Islands and talk about gravity. Stephen Hawking was there, David Gross was there, Lawrence Krauss was there, Lisa Randall was there, right before his conviction. And I'm telling you, he was very focused on the Harvard math department, and he knew all about me in ways that he wasn't supposed to.
I have to be clear. I have to be clear on my understanding of what you're saying. From what I understood, and you can say, Steve, I'm not going to answer that, whatever, but I just have to, because you've opened up a curiosity hole in my mind,
Sure.
so let me try and fill it, even if it's the conversation I had with Chris.
I'll just evade you.
Fine.
Yeah, fine.
Like, fine, you're within
Good.
the right
Wonderful.
to evade me. And I hold the right to ask, which is, so what I'm hearing is you believe, and I'm just going to say it how I think it, is what I'm hearing is you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was planted in some way to interfere.
He was a construct, is what I said.
He was a construct in some way to mess with the progression of physics.
Jeffrey Epstein, apparently, I think I'll tell you what I said. When I met him, when the meeting was over, I immediately called my wife and I said, I have just met a construct. She said, what do you mean? I said, this person is not who they claim to be. Somebody has constructed this human being to be something that they are not, which is a hedge fund genius. Somebody who could understand the euro and the yen like nobody else. Bullshit. Not true. I believe that whoever
I know usually I break in and say shit, but I'll be honest with you, I don't have a lot to say because I don't know. I mean, we all know he worked for Mossad. right? And I would assume that he was there to steal work from like the American university people and scientists, and to have access to human beings who would allow them to be able to not just use them for math, but also to use them for the algorithms that would like financially benefit them in the future, and to build weapons tech. Because like anybody who can work on gravity, right? And this is something else too. Like there's black patents. And a black patent is a patent that the US government says like, hey, listen, you invented a device that can defeat gravity. Well, guess what? You did not invent a device that can defeat gravity. Like, yo, no. And so this shit, right? Or what they'll do is they'll stand here and say, yeah, listen, that doesn't exist anymore. Because the power of something like that changes everything. At the end of the day, that changes every fucking thing. And there's a number of these patents that exist. Not just like gravity and stuff or whatever. There's a ton of like whatever. I don't know. Like nobody knows what the fuck's in there. Because they're hidden. They're state secrets. And so I would guess that foreign countries who would be working with the Mossad in Israel would pay Israel to do these type of things. And this would be an operation. This is an op. Like a black ops op. That would be my fucking guess. Right, that's the best I can come up with. But I'll let you listen to the rest of this because this is something I'm probably all interested in.
Instructed Jeffrey Epstein was running multiple different programs through the same thing, having put in a large initial investment. It wasn't about one thing. If you build a mall, you don't just have clothing stores in the mall, you have a food court in the mall, right? You have jewelry in the mall. You have all sorts of different things in the mall. Jeffrey Epstein was a construct of something that was running multiple things. One of those things was science. And I don't think that the science and the pedophilia were necessarily in the same bucket. He was funding all sorts of people. I don't think everybody at that, part of the problem with calling his plane the Lolita Express and calling his island Pedophile Island is that you just can't see all the different things that were going through this guy. I don't think almost any of those scientists are exposed, maybe a few of them, but very few of them, to anything really horrible. I think he was trying to keep a periscope on everything that was interesting. And I think that his girlfriend's father, Robert Maxwell, was all through scientific publishing. And I think Pergamon Press was in part a control mechanism for making sure that revolutionary discoveries were taking place within a framework. Anybody can, look, you can write a Substack article and you can hit post and suddenly the world has access to your Substack article. That is a nightmare. What if somebody posts, weaponized anthrax? What if they do the equivalent of saying, what if there's a neutral proton?
So you think he was controlling science?
I think that Robert Maxwell was in part trying to control science. I think Jeffrey Epstein was in part trying to fund science, trying to control it. I don't really know. Again, part of the problem with why conspiracy theorists have a bad name is that they're not content to live in ignorance. And I am. I know something is really off with this story. If you look at me saying things like, you don't know whether Biden is going to make it to November. Ha, 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 Eric, what an idiot, blah, 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 okay? Then he has a debate. He doesn't make it to November. I'm not Nostradamus. I'm just dumb enough to say something in public that makes sense. Let me say something in public that makes sense. Our national security people suck at their jobs. The people who are in charge of the Department of Energy, which is masking the Department of Physics, which is masking the Department of Nuclear Weapons, right? The Atomic Energy Acts, which are really about atomic weaponry, recast as Atoms for Peace or who knows what. Jeffrey Epstein, who is not a disgraced financier. The newspapers that have always had a national interest component and have liaisons so that they can work with the CIA and the State Department and they do each other's bidding and scratch each other. This whole network is what I've called managed reality. We live in managed reality. We are all in some version of the Truman Show. And you can look at it, you can Google it. I can give you 1 million search terms, and every time I give 1 million search terms, you'll watch my reputation get torn apart. Are you going to blame me that you didn't know what the whole of society approach is because you didn't know the Daniel Inouye Center for Security in the Pacific came up with an idea for soft fascism to fight hybrid wars? You didn't know what hybrid warfare? Look at my talk at ARC, Jordan Peterson's group, the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. It's at almost 2 million views. And why is it? Because people are saying, I didn't know these terms. Did you know what the Human Terrain Project is? Do you know about human terrain? You're a mountain, I'm a valley, and instead of war planners figuring out how do we use that valley to capture that mountaintop because it gives us an eagle's nest to snipe from or whatever, they say, okay, this is the second most powerful podcast in the world, second to Joe Rogan. How do we capture him?
Fuck. Leave me alone, please.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. You're human terrain.
Yeah.
When the human terrain wakes up and says, wait a minute, I'm human terrain? Well, my feeling is, if you don't want me to talk about this on a podcast, then keep your terms separate. Nobody knew the term pre-bunked malinformation. Do you know what pre-bunked malinformation is? Malinformation is information we don't want to get out. Technically, people try to pretend that it's information that will be misinterpreted, but really it's real stuff that is deleterious to the narratives that we're trying to push forward and what we're trying to do. And pre-bunked means discredited. So we know what debunked, we have to debunk disinformation. We get that. But you didn't know that we had to pre-bunk malinformation, which is we have to destroy truth tellers.
What do you think that means for people like me as podcasters? Because we're doing these long form conversations.
You'll snap back. You'll say, that was a really interesting talk. And then you'll have somebody else on who'll be talking about the importance of melatonin and how we don't understand the role of sleep.
First off, man, listen, all right, I didn't have to clean my dad's house, right, so I can get a free house, Stone Mexican guy. Like, I didn't have to fucking do that, thank God, right? I just had to go to work every fucking day to pay my fucking bills. I got to do it myself. It's much easier to go and do it myself than it is to clean my dad's house to receive a free house, Mr. Mexican guy, right? Yo, I know, listen, Weinstein's kind of beast mode. All right, on to my next story. Okay, has anybody seen what the fuck happened to Baltimore today? Yeah, so a ship exploded in fucking Baltimore Harbor today, right? All right, so, got a whole fucking article about this real quick. All right, explosion on cargo ship near Baltimore's Key Bridge prompts U.S. Coast Guard response. This is this is a thing. I was actually there that night when the bridge fell the fuck down. Right, wild. An explosion was reported aboard a cargo ship in Baltimore's harbor near the site of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. U.S. Coast Guard officials said Mondays no injuries were reported. The vessel W Sapphire, a 751-foot bulk carrier registered in Liberia, had 23 crew members and two pilots on board. It was hauling coal and leaving the harbor when it experienced what appeared to be a fire and explosion, according to Baltimore City Fire Department. Whatever. Okay, so I've seen a bunch of stuff under the comments in this with people who are covering this. I feel like I should due to the fact I've been in logistics my entire fucking life and I know more about shipping than most people. There's a lot of boats that are registered in Liberia. Liberia is kind of like a Delaware LLC thing. Basically, if you're flagged in Liberia, you can go to almost any port in the world. right? So there's like a lot of ports where it's like, if you go one place, you know what I mean, you're going to pay this much. If you go to a different place, you're going to pay this much. If you're from this country, you know what I mean, not allowed to go to this port. If you're from this country, you're not allowed to go to this port. If you're registered in Liberia, due to the fact that it's like, it was an ex-American colony, right? And it still holds like a lot of this trade treaties and things like this with the Americans, you can get in and out of like American ports and Chinese ports and, you know, Filipino ports and Taiwanese ports. Most of these boats, you know what I mean, are like actually like owned by like Taiwanese or the Greeks, right? I'm pretty sure this one was owned by the Taiwanese. It was built in China. We're not sure why it exploded, right? It looked like a mechanical issue, or maybe like something on board said it was loaded with coal. Really, I mean, it really easily could have been, you know what I mean, like, you know, like some type of gas was trapped inside of something, or maybe like some, like on like a kerosene thing got stuck inside, right? Something along these type of lines, like a propane bottle, whatever the case is. What the fuck is going on here, bro? Listen, like, my shit just went ridiculous for the moment. Right? Yo, listen. Like, yo, why is this being all ridiculous? Like, real shit. There we go. Okay, so listen, yeah, this whole thing went crazy. All right, so yeah, this one I don't need. This one here is the one that I wanted. Okay, so I wanted to talk about Nick Fuentes. Now that we're done covering this thing, just wanted to let everybody know that the Baltimore thing happened. Is what it is. Nick Fuentes is a legend for this. This here is the Chicago conservative. There's something I'm banging around in my head right now about like what's going on in a geographical sense. Right? There's a lot of these people coming out from Chicago. I think I have 2 of these loaded up. Right, where it's guys from Chicago covering what Nick is doing, right? And so I think it's like a Midwestern Rust Belt thing versus the coasts, right, in Texas. I think this is like a geographical thing, right? This is, you know what I mean, not just a, you know what I mean, like idea-based thing. So let's get into this.
Here's my offer to Candace. Let's just get dinner. Here's my offer to Candace. Forget the cameras. Let's just forget all this noise. Let's just get out of here. Let's just go back to my place. Here's my offer to Candace. I'll take you out to dinner. You don't even have to make me the sandwich. I'll take you out to dinner. I'll be a gentleman. I'll open the car door for you.
Nick is a fool, man. Candace, bring that booty here, Candace. I'm America first.
Yo, listen, this is kind of like reaction inception, right? You know what I mean? Like, listen, this is 2 layers deep, bro. You know what I mean? Yo, but yo, listen, yo, Candace, yo, come on, ma, get over, yo, ma, come in, yo, listen, yo, get in the car, yo, fucking Marie, get in the car, right? Yo, listen.
I mean, Nick is clearly trolling, but I mean, and this is why people love Nick Fuentes, man. This is just a funny guy right here.
I'll pay, and we'll settle it in Chicago. Meal of your choice. Deep dish pizza, steak, hot dogs. We go to Gene and Jude's. Lead it outside.
What? He said, oh my goodness, man. Nick is trying to, well, Candace is married, so this is why this is all jokes, but Nick is trying to.
I mean, Candace is a beard. You know what I'm saying? For everybody that don't know that term, it's when a gay dude has a fucking wife, right? Like, yo, listen, there's a lot of like fucking speculation that her husband's a homosexual, right? Let's keep it all the way a bean, right?
Really shoot his shot right now. What is going on with the boy, man? Nick think he got a chance.
You know, because we really need to squash the beef. We don't need any more drama. We don't need any more attention. I'm going to take you out. I'm going to take you out. No. Let's just forget all this noise. Let's just get out of here. What do you say? This party sucks. Let's just get out of here.
I'm loving that. Let's just get out of here. Too much noise, Candace. You know, you're doing the interview with Tucker Carlson. He's a part of the CIA. I mean, this is all let's just get out of here, Candace. Those cheeks are available. Your husband isn't doing his job. Bring that booty here, Candace. Like, this dude is funny, bro. Lord have mercy.
Let's break bread. Let's just work out our differences. I don't know. Maybe come back to my place. We have a little drink. What do you say? We work out our differences.
He said, listen, yo, come here, ma. Yo, listen, come back to my place. You know what I mean? We can fuck this out. All right? Yo, listen, I'll give you a drink and you hang out. Yo, listen, it'll be all right. You know what I mean? By the morning, you motherfucker, you'll love me in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Another Quaalude, she'll love me in the morning. She'll love me again.
No, but that's actually an interesting real offer. Because it's like, if we are on the same team against Jews, and this is all a colossal misunderstanding, then let's just squash it. Let's just, remember what Tucker Carlson said? Okay, I'm going to preface this because it's going to sound really weird. Tucker said that when your husband and wife are fighting, he said, you guys got to get naked and go in a hotel room until you finish it, until you squash the beef. That's what...
Y'all, listen, I understand, like, you know what I mean, somebody just came in the chat, you know what I mean, wanted to sit here and, you know what I mean, talk all types of reckless or whatever the case is, right? But, like, again, he's not making that offer, right? You know, what he's making is, like, yo, like an actual offer. It's like, let's go for dinner and a date, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we'll get a drink, we'll hang out, we'll have a good time. You know what I mean? Not a fucking rape joke in any way. Let's keep it a bean, right?
Tucker said.
Did Tucker really say that? I don't know. That's all. Like, I don't know if Nick is trolling or not. I mean, Tucker did. I mean, if he is trolling, Tucker do kind of deserve it, because when it came to that sit down with Candace Owens, it was just really, really messy, if I'm just being quite honest with you guys. And the shot that he said about Nick Fuentes, this child, this weird little gay kid in his basement, you know, making videos about me being in the CIA, but, you know, even though I didn't know my father was in the CIA, but there was some video out there, and it just all of a sudden came.
Yeah, listen, that's from Scarface. It's a line from Scarface. Al Pacino said that in Scarface. Like, another Quaalude, you'll love me again. Yo, go watch that movie. It's great. Michelle Pfeiffer, Al Pacino. I'm trying to think if anybody else was even in that movie. I don't think there's anybody else really big in that movie, to be honest with you. Great movie, though, right? And I mean, he was married to the ex-mob boss's wife, and she was like a junkie. You know what I mean? Like, they had a big fight at the restaurant, right? And she's like, look at this bitch. She's a fucking junkie, man. Her body's so polluted, she can't even give me a son. Listen, she gets up and walks out, right? And he's fucking standing, he goes, let her go. Like, she goes, let her go, let her go. Another Quaalude, and she'll love me again. Right? You know what I mean? Just like, let her go get high. She'll be fucking fine. You know what I mean? Like, and she just upset she's sober at the moment, right? You know, like some nonsense like that. Fucking, you know, but it ends up coming in like the best scene in the movie. He's like, fucking, he stands up, he points at the whole crowd, and he's like, what are you fucking looking at? Staring at all the people. He said, what? You think you motherfuckers need people like me to point your fucking fingers at and say, that's the bad guy. He said, what's that make you, good? You ain't good. You just know how to lie. He said, I don't have that problem. I always tell the truth, even when I'm lying. So say goodnight to the bad guy. It's the last time you're going to see a bad guy like me. Listen, bro, that's a fucking beast mode fucking scene. Right? He fucking leaves, is like, make way for the bad guy.
Came out, yeah. Apparently my father was in the CIA. But, you know, this dude Tucker Carlson, man, is just crazy. So we just got to give Nick credit when due. And I know you guys been talking a lot about JD Vance and stuff like that. And
we should just finish it and settle it. That's my good faith proposal. And yeah. So anyways, I don't know. It's kind of maybe I'll actually throw that out there. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, listen, I wanted to like, listen, put that out there, right? Here's another one of like some hoodlums from fucking Chicago, right? Fucking talking about Nick Fuentes and shit, right? Covering Nick.
Anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive, cruel, and, you know, look, nobody hates black people for being black. If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare. And I don't consider myself one of them. The reason that people have negative attitudes about black people is because most people's interactions with black people are negative. Most people's interactions with black people is when you're stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder. And you say, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that. If everybody did that, it would just be another lane. And, you know, not everybody can do that. But it's like these people have no respect for decorum. They think the rules don't apply to them. They have no respect for society. Like that's their interaction is they are a waiter and they wait on a black table and the black people don't tip and they're fucking rude. Like that's most people's interactions. It's stuff like that. They go to the DMV and they see a black person behind the counter and they say, oh, here we go. And the person's rude. Now, it just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. That people don't, it's unpleasant. People want to be treated with consideration and respect. And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black people, it kind of colors your opinion or perception of black people, wouldn't you say? If 99% of the carjackings and stabbings and shootings that you see in Chicago are by black people, when you're walking down the street late at night, guess what you're looking for? Black people. And you equate that with danger. And it doesn't take a lot of them to spoil the whole bunch like that. And we just want black people to take accountability and say, look, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. It just seems that every time I encounter you people, for the most part, it's negative. And sometimes extremely negative, like I could get a gun in my face. You know? That's a problem. And people go, well, you are just loaded up with hatred and racism. It's like, I'm really not. I'm a really friendly person. I'm a really polite, friendly person. I give everybody a chance. But if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Man.
Yo, that is funny to me, too. Like, yo, that is hilarious, bro. Like, real shit.
Why is he this way?
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Hey, Nick crazy for real, bro.
Why do you enjoy that so much?
Hey, bro. Nah,
I ain't gonna lie, he had
crazy,
some points.
Bro.
I won't lie, he made a lot of valid points.
Nigga's crazy, bro. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I gotta see the comments after this, bro.
I think he made a lot of valid points.
Wow, bro.
I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Oh, man, what a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes. Wow. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
That's a good point. He ended on right there. To a lot of black people, it is always somebody else's fault.
I would say this is what I'll say. Okay, click that. Go click that tweet.
She's black.
Click this tweet. Click the tweet. Yes, this is what I was getting ready to say. There's two different races of black.
Man, listen. But anyway, yeah, listen. I wanted to show y'all that, like, fucking. No, this is the same fucking video again. Right. Yeah, I wanted to show y'all that because they stood here like this. These are all Chicago people, right? Who are like fucking standing up, you know what I mean, defending Nick and shit. And there's a lot of this going on, right? Where like you have like a lot of these like Midwestern motherfuckers or people who are just not part of like the coastal elites. But like if you're from like New York, LA, like fucking Texas, right? You know, which Texas is basically a foreign country. And I said this like fucking 2-3 years ago that Texas is, you know what I mean, like fucking a lost cause at this point. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it's like I think it's like a fucking internal like civil war type of deal regionally in America. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at. All right, so all right, this here is Karlin Borysenko. Like, listen, I think she's fucking sketchy, right? I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. I think she's wrong about the majority of things she talks about. But you know what I mean? She covered Nick Fuentes's like breakdown of fucking what the fuck's his name? Covered fucking Nick's breakdown of like fucking Tucker Carlson and like the history of shit, right? And like I told my mans about this. I told Machine Lies about this thing, and like he was like, "Oh man, listen, go read a fucking book. Like everybody knows about this." I was like, "I fucking know about this. Like, what the fuck you talking about? Like nobody around me knows anything about this. You and like the dude Hyperborean who like." The amount of autism on that fucking dude is ridiculous. Like, I love him. Like, fucking great dude. But that motherfucker's smart. You know what I mean? Like, he studies everything all the goddamn time. So, like, I haven't spent my life, you know what I mean, immersed in motherfucking literature, like, as much as they have. Right? So, like, this information, a lot of it's kind of new to me, right? As far as, like, the history things, which... You know, like I knew about like a lot of the World War II, Civil War, or Cold War shit has been still fucking shit up right now. And I've been having this conversation for a while. But they brought it up. It's like, oh man, listen, Nick's a Fed. He's a fucking agent, da-da-da, all this type of shit. And I wanted to stand here and like break this shit down about like why it is that everybody thinks he's a fucking Fed. Right. So let's get into it.
Oh, Israel. We need to make them afraid of losing their seat.
Yep.
So that they will think twice. They will say, I don't want to be like Joe Kent. Maybe I will just leave Nick Fuentes alone. Maybe I won't be super pro-Israel next time because I don't want the Groypers to make me lose a close race. That was my intention. That was my stated, explicit intention back then. So we started up a campaign. We started up, contrary to what Tucker says, he said there were these super PACs. I started my own PAC. It was called Republicans Against Rhinos. The FEC filings are public. We spent about $100 on a website to develop and to buy a domain for a website. And the premise was Joe Kent is CIA. Now, the other thing about all these people is they have these connections to the CIA, which at that time I wasn't really aware of. But we found out that Joe Kent was a Green Beret who didn't even live in the United States for 20 years. He was involved as a contractor, as a mercenary with U.S. intelligence and the military. And so we actively went to Washington State and put up stickers and went to his town halls and went to his events to say, you can't trust this guy. This guy's in the CIA. This guy is of the deep state. Don't trust him. Don't vote for him. Now, in November 2022, Joe Kent lost by about 1%. He was favored to win. He lost by about 2,000 votes. The New York Times said it was the biggest upset of the 2022 midterm elections. We succeeded. We won. At the same time, I dined with Donald Trump and Ye at Mar-a-Lago. I became very popular because of that. Now, let's jump ahead to January 2023. This is a couple of months after the election. I get a call from a friend of mine, Lauren Witzke. Lauren Witzke was a lot closer to Michelle Malkin than I was at that time. And Lauren told me off the record, because Michelle didn't want me to air this out, but I did anyway. Lauren Witzke called me and said that Michelle Malkin got a phone call from Tucker Carlson, which she never does. Michelle characterizes her relationship with Tucker like this. She says that she texted Tucker from time to time to give him information or stories, and many times Tucker wouldn't even reply. Sometimes he'd give a thumbs up, sometimes he'd reply, but not really. They were not close. They never talked on the phone, over the phone like that, maybe texted now and again. But Michelle got a call from Tucker, and Tucker was asking about me, asking about my relationship with Ye, asking about the dinner at Mar-a-Lago, fishing for a quote, asking her about my opposition to Joe Kent, insinuating that I went to the dinner with Trump to make him look bad, insinuating that I took out Joe Kent because I'm part of this campaign. I thought it was very strange. He was shopping this hit piece. Fast forward a few weeks, I get a call from Anya Parampil. She is the wife of Max Blumenthal. They're both writers at The Gray Zone. Max Blumenthal is very close to Tucker Carlson. Now, more on him later. But I get a call from Anya Parampil, and she's writing a story about me. It turns out to be a 3-part hit piece, a massive hit piece that literally unfolded over multiple days in 3 parts and was centered on my opposition to Joe Kent. But it threw everything at me. Talked about January 6th, talked about Ye, talked about my comments on the Taliban, on women, on Jim Crow, on the Holocaust. But the thrust of the article was that I took out Joe Kent because my mission is to make the real America First anti-neocon people look bad. I was deployed, and that article was basically revenge for having made Joe Kent look bad. Now, what's interesting about the article is although it accuses me of trying to take out Joe Kent for no good reason, it does not include any mention of the fact that he disavowed me first. No mention of his tweets saying that he condemns me first and foremost because I'm anti-Israel. No mention of my stated intention, which I relayed to her over the phone, about why I tried to take out Joe Kent from the race. It gets better. Shortly after the piece came out, I got a phone call from a friend of mine who I think I can say now it was Bryson Gray because he has since copped to it. But Bryson Gray called me up. He's a black rapper. He's used to be pro-Trump. Now he's like a Christian rapper, a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, I've talked to him once or twice.
Bryson called me up and said, hey, man, and we don't usually talk either. At least we don't talk often. He called me up and said, hey, my wife just got a campaign from Influenceable. If you don't know what that is, Influenceable at that time, now it's very big, but at that time, it was a small outfit that pays conservative right-wing influencers to promote social media campaigns. So they will put out in a group text to a number of influencers that you all know, hey, if you put out a TikTok or a tweet pushing this link or this hashtag or this message, we'll give you $300 per tweet. And it has to say this, and it has to say it in this way. It's basically an undisclosed advertisement. They're like an advertising agency, but it's all under the table. So Bryson called me up and said, my wife, Shekinah, she got a campaign from Influenceable that is pushing the Gray Zone article calling you a Fed. It ran from February 15th to February 20th. The campaign was called Fed Fuentes. Disassociate.
Bro's got shitty internet and he thinks I can control his internet. Why? I have it. Really? YouTube, the internet, smart enough.
It instructed the influencers who received it to talk about why I wasn't arrested after January 6th, to talk about the comments I made around January 6th, to say that I have all the hallmarks of being a federal agent. Someone paid Influenceable $100,000 to push this campaign under the table. They gave this brokerage a vast sum of money, and that brokerage, Influenceable, texted in group text messages to influencers, we will pay you. You have to say Fed Fuentes. You have to link the article. You have to say these things. And none of that went reported. Now, there was one person that tweeted the hashtag before I got ahead of the story. It was somebody from New York, this short, bald Jewish guy who many people believe is sexually abusive. That's
Hey,
an
thanks,
allegation.
Kevin. Appreciate it.
One person tweeted it out before I went live. As soon as I got the campaign, I went live the same day and I blew up their spot. The CEO of Influenceable called me up and said, please stop attacking us. We pulled the campaign. Stop bringing attention to us. The Groypers are all after us. Is this not weird? What's weird here? Now, I want to go even a little bit further.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? We've been talking about this for like a while. I always try to check what it is that I talk about and what it is that I do, right? Because I'm concerned as, I'm not going to say a social media person because that sounds gay, right? As a YouTuber, right? As a guy who runs around on Discord and has conversations, right? And I mean, I like to knock around my ideas before I bring them out to y'all. I always like to check to see, you know what I mean? Like, am I pushing propaganda that was pushed upon me, right? You know, so I do research into things, all this type of stuff, right? You know what I mean? Before, like, I jump on anything. And oftentimes, like, I can smell it out before it happens. And I came up with a theory, God, fucking probably 20 years ago at this point. But basically, if one side agrees and one side disagrees with Democrats and Republicans, right? There's like MSNBC and Fox like disagree, right? There's like a half truth in there somewhere, right? If both of them are like shitting on something, then it's probably true. If both of them are in agreement, right, then it's probably fucking propaganda. And when everybody's running around saying someone's a fucking fed, or if everybody's running around saying somebody, you know what I mean, is, you know what I mean, like a pedo, right? Or if everybody's running around saying like this person's this, right? It's probably an op. Because like there's going to be, how do I put this? There's going to be like fucking some disagreement from some human beings about shit, right? It's like the Michael Jackson thing, right? So, like, I don't know because I wasn't in the room and I have no idea, right, what happened with Michael Jackson, Macaulay Culkin, right? Macaulay Culkin, right, you know what I mean, said shit, right? And he disagrees with what the news said. And he's more than old enough to speak up for himself. Razorfist agrees that, like, oh, he didn't do shit. But, like, there's a lot of people who say that he does do shit. And most of them are mainstream people. When everybody's running around calling Nick Fuentes a fucking fed and nobody has any evidence of anything, my question comes down to, I go, is he really a fucking fed? I don't know, right? But I know he puts out decent information that is useful to me. And that's the important part, right? Is going like, listen, if you have good information, if you are a useful human being, right? I'm going to stand here and look at you and go like, hey, listen, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, is it the fact that like, yo, they're trying to push an op on you, right? Because they're saying all this negative shit, like this, that black jacket thing, right? Where like, they fucking stand here and they'll try to like fucking put like a negative connotation towards you to debunk your shit. It's like Alex Jones or like the conspiracy theory thing, right? Or, oh, he's an alcoholic, or, oh, you know, like fucking he's, you know what I mean? He fucking, you know what I mean? Got caught for the DUI, right? It's the Mel Gibson, like fucking, he's an anti-Semite, right? It's all this shit. Right? Where like they're going to put shit on you, right? When you are pushing shit that they don't like. Because they're going to try to attack the person rather than attack the idea. And we got to be real careful about that shit. Because in the end of the day, like what was done to thou will be done to thee. You know what I mean? It's real easy. It's real fucking easy. Right? For them to stand here and use these same methods to fuck you up that they're fucking him up with. This is a constant thing. And we all know what it is. Right? So, and this is, you know what I mean, like here's one, you know what I mean, that like, you know, like, how do I put this? There's a guy named Scott Ritter, right? You know what I mean? He's 100% a fucking chomo, right? And he pushes Russian propaganda on a regular basis. And the reason why it is that like the Russians use him is because like he is compromised, right? So this is the fucking thing, right? At the end of the day. And you got to watch everybody around you. You know what I mean? Everybody you listen to, and like, you know, keep an open ear, right? Because there's going to be information that's going to come at you that's going to be good, right? But you're going to it's going to be a lot of shit where it's just straight propaganda. And so this is why it is that like I stand here and I go, hey, listen, I want good info, right? At the end of the day. And I don't want to like just like fucking push somebody to the fucking side who's giving out good info because of the fact that like the CIA or like some large corporation or like people who are interested can use like influenceable, right, or companies like this to run propaganda campaigns. You know what I mean? And fuck up like our shit when it comes down to it. That's kind of my fucking problem, right? You have to like, we as like, you know, fucking people who speak about this have to be willing to stand here and, you know what I mean, like fucking like listen to shit the whole way and hear the whole story before we stand here and get into, you know what I mean, this mode of just dismissing people because, you know what I mean, the common narrative is this, right? Because oftentimes this shit's proven wrong, right? Oftentimes the shit's proven fucked up. And by the way, here's another thing, right? So like, I have a buddy I talk to named Gio, right? On Discord. He's a Korean dude, right? I usually hate fucking Koreans, but this guy's fucking awesome. And he, you know what I mean, is an elite theory guy. And he brings out a lot of good information. And like, he has a whole list of like audiobooks, on, this website that he holds, right? This server that he has. And, he brought me to fucking de Tocqueville, right? Which, oh my God, it's a fucking great book. You ever have a chance, you should read de Tocqueville's Democracy in America, right? It's like 1829, something like that. But like this book, right? De Tocqueville goes over how like Americans and like democracy just as a whole, right? And Plato said this too, right? That like they have this high distrust of anybody who they see as like above them. And this, our need to tear down our heroes on a regular basis because like we want everybody to be equal and this egalitarian ideology, right, is fucking terrible. Like if you are secure in yourself, you should never have to like worry about being around people who are better than you because they should always add to you. You know, like I have people who are younger than me in like their fucking early 20s and shit. And they've been studying history since they were like fucking 12, right? And they're breaking down like Central European history from like, you know, the fucking, you know, the Victorian period. And I'm just basically sitting there, you know, like as a 40-year-old dude, I'm sitting here just cross-legged on the floor, right? You know what I mean? Right. You know, I'm not like technically doing that, but like literally I'm just standing here like, bro, tell me the story, right? It's fucking interesting because it makes us better. It makes me better. Right, as a dude, to be able to learn all this information. You should never, ever be intimidated by somebody who's more intelligent than you or somebody who has better information than you. You should be willing to absorb it, right? And immediately dismissing somebody who goes, oh, he's a Fed. How good's his info? Are we double checking this? Because I'll be real, like I've been standing here working on a timeline diagram based on fucking Nick Fuentes' shit, right? Plus some stuff like extra stuff that like as I'm doing research, I'm finding more things. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna add this in, right? And it's like gonna be a big ass fucking timeline diagram, and I'm probably gonna turn it into a Substack article, right? You know, because like I think this information needs to be put out there more digestibly, right? I think this needs to be brought out to the world. Like Fuentes put out like a 3-hour, 4-hour fucking stream, right? 5-hour stream about Tucker Carlson and the history of the CIA and like just going the whole way back with all these names and information. And it's fucking great and it's awesome, right? But like absorbing all that is difficult, right? And breaking it all down piece by piece by piece by piece by piece by piece by piece, right, is hard. You know what I mean? But like, we need to make these things more digestible, so like it's easier for everybody to like fucking not have like, because like everybody has TikTok, right? You know, this is what it is. You know what I mean? Like fucking, and we have to accept that. So we have to bring the information in a manner in which, you know, I mean, people can understand and people can grasp, and people don't have to sit here and go, "Oh, I ain't gonna watch that because it's 3 hours long." You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you don't want to have to like fucking have that happen when it's good info that we all need, right? There's a lot of things to this, right? And I'm grateful for like what my man's is doing. You know, let's keep it all the way a bean. You know, and by the way, why am I watching this here and not on Rumble and giving him a view? Because this has a transcript to it. I just wanted to put that out there so I could like control F and find the shit that I was looking for, right? You know what I mean? Like, Rumble doesn't have that option. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted to be able to like fucking find the part that I actually wanted from this live streaming shit, right? You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I'll tell you what, I'm not fucking tired yet, right? Listen, let's go back. And we're going to throw on like this Tucker Carlson exposed part 2 thing, right? Because like this is a really, 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 really good thing, and I'm just gonna sit here and, you know what I mean, kind of let it run a little bit so that y'all can understand the shit that I'm talking about, right? Hang on.
One problem, Elon owns
activities that would otherwise be considered unlawful. But the Canary mission is not alone. Palantir, another company closely aligned with the State of Israel, uses AI-driven analytics to maintain private databases on U.S. citizens and currently works
America First figures like himself, Joe Kent and J.D. Vance. He said, I was clearly deployed by either intelligence or by the far left to, by a toxic association or by sabotage, bring down the legitimate figures criticizing the neoconservative establishment inside Washington. So last week, as you know, I went on a 3-hour tear. I was accused of being a CIA asset myself. I went into the history of my relationship with Tucker, why he's saying these things, and I shined a light on some of his past associations. Notably, our dispute came from my antagonism towards Joe Kent, a CIA officer who, with backing from Peter Thiel, ran for Congress in 2022. I pointed out how Joe Kent, being in the CIA, receiving money from the CIA, he actually attacked me first, on the basis that I don't support Israel, and on the basis that I am a white identitarian and a Christian nationalist. He said, the real America First is inclusive populism. It's pro-Israel, and it doesn't talk too much about race or religion. And I pointed out how that's a consistent theme with all of these so-called legitimate America Firsters, from Joe Kent to J.D. Vance to Tucker himself. I went over all their past statements, their support for Israel, their support for multiracialism, which they call colorblind meritocracy, their opposition to Christian nationalism and support for religious pluralism. I talked also about their conspicuous connections to the CIA. Joe Kent worked for them directly. Vance is a creation, an artifice, who was mentored by Peter Thiel, one of the CIA's biggest contractors, and Tucker Carlson, famously, whose father ran a CIA propaganda empire throughout the 80s and 90s. Now, that's a brief recap of where we left off last week. As I said, I did not intend to make a sequel. That was going to be the end of it. But as the day went on Friday and Saturday and Sunday, as the weekend progressed last week, in response to my groundbreaking investigation, many of the groypers, many of my fans and other people went into the archives and they went digging. And they found a lot of new information and new clips and quotes, not just from Tucker Carlson, but also from his father, Dick Carlson. And after watching some of these clips, I came to the conclusion that everything that I talked about on Friday was woefully insufficient. And the reason it was insufficient is because it lacked context. The goal of the show tonight is to provide the context. Because, of course, many of the things we talk about on the show, I expect that you know what I know. I expect that you know what Tucker knows or what many of these other people know. And in many cases, to start in the middle of the story does not do the whole story justice. In many ways, it is a half-truth. All stories have to start from the beginning. And this story, like many other stories, is a story of generations. It's a story of fathers and sons and grandsons. It's a story of institutions and countries. And bear with me, this show might be a little bit more complex and complicated than last week's. You might have to watch it a couple of times. And I believe after this
What the fuck my man said in the fucking chat, bro? Like, Kivo's world? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, bro. I have no clue. Like, legit. Like, yo, shut the fuck up. Stop being dumb.
investigation, which I've been conducting over the past week, and really over the past few years, at some point we will have to turn this into some sort of feature-length, highly produced project, because it's a little bit difficult to keep track of all these threads. It's going to require visual cues, a script, all these other things. It is going to require a lot of immense organization for people to really digest the breadth and the entirety of the story. So in any case, after I saw some of these clips last week, I came to the conclusion that we had to basically create a prequel. Because although the case was extremely compelling last week, and I'll tell you why it was compelling. Although the show that I did last week was persuasive, factual.
Yo, who you calling schizo, man? Like, yo, just as an in general thing. Like, listen, bro, if you're gonna hop in the chat and you're gonna say some shit, like real shit, I'm cool with it. Like, thank you very much for the engagement. It's appreciated. Thank you everybody for coming over. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. But like, listen, if you're gonna like put some shit in the chat, like, yo, say some shit. You know what I mean? Like, fucking break some shit down, because I have no idea. Like, I can't, you know what I mean? Like, read your mind, dog. I apologize for that. You know what I mean? I wish, you know what I mean, I had ESPN 8 the Ocho.
Yeah. According to almost everybody, extremely compelling. Even those that are fans of Tucker, former fans, or continue to be fans.
Truth. Welcome. Have a wrench. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gets a wrench, no state out this bitch, all right? Everybody gets a goddamn moderator joint so nobody can get fucking abused, right? If anybody gets abused, I'm going to do it, right? This is how it works. If you get clapped by me, like you said some wild ass shit, and anybody wants to put links in, you know what I mean? Like, to be able to go like, hey, listen, you know, like, I got some shit for you, whatever the case is. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, fucking handy business. Make sure there's Streamlabs in the motherfucking, in the joint, in the description. And there's a Substack. You know what I mean? Go over there and subscribe. You know what I mean? In the description. Check that shit out. It's appreciated.
Fans, even people that don't like me, praised the show. It was universally praised. Now, I'm not saying that to say I'm doing the best job ever. I'm a great guy. I'm saying that is the strength of the weight of the evidence. It suggests, I don't say that for my own accolades, I don't say that for my own aggrandizement. It suggests that irrespective of your opinion on me or on Tucker and what you think of this beef, this battle between us, the weight of the evidence, the strength of the information was such that almost everybody, no matter what they thought about me and Tucker before or what they even think about us now, it changed their minds. But upon reviewing more information, I believe you will see after this show tonight, and maybe other future developments, I'm not sure, you will be left with the irrefutable conclusion that what I said last week was totally correct. It may change how you perceive politics entirely, and I'm not overstating that. I'm not saying that for marketing or rhetorical purposes. I seriously, when I was putting together this show, I started to get a little bit afraid. And I started to think, maybe I shouldn't go through with it. Maybe I should not do this show. Because in revealing a lot of this information, although it's all out there, all this information is public. You can find it on Wikipedia, public sources. to bring it to such a large audience, to tell it in such a compelling way, and to bring together the information in the way that I'm going to, it just might be challenging to the powers that be, their modus operandi.
Well, like, yo, check this out, man. So, Kibo, I started off, right, those clips with, like, the black dudes, you know what I mean, like, reacting to, whatchamacallit, to Nick Fuentes, as saying, like, I think this is more of a I think this might be, like, a regional conflict inside the United States, right? So it's, like, California and New York and Texas versus, you know what I mean, like, PA, Ohio, Chicago, or Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, right? So, like, this is the revenge of the fucking Rust Belt, right? I think this has more deeper links to it, right? And yes, it's a rich and a poor thing, but it's also like a regional conflict that we're having at the moment as well. It's something that I just had this conversation, bro. Like, yo, calm the fuck down. Believe me, putting everything in the context. So we're not having this conversation of like, oh, why do I want Nick to make people hate black people? I don't, right? You know what I mean? Just as a whole, like, I want black people fixed too. You know what I mean? Like, yo, listen, like, I'm from PA, right? So, like, here it's different than everywhere else it is in the fucking country, right? We don't, like, we all get the fuck along. We all work side by side in the steel mills and all this type of shit. Like, we have black kids here who, like, they take their drug dealing money and go and they fucking start flipping houses and, like, they're hiring contractors. They do construction. We all have CDLs. Like, we squabble together, right? We fight against these giant mega corporations constantly. Like, we're union guys, right? It's a different thing here where I'm from than where it is for everybody else, and as well as where Nick from in Chicago. It's the same type of shit. This understanding that we all have of how we operate is different than how the rest of the country operates. The problem is like, yo, when we outsourced all that shit back in like the 90s and the 80s and the 2000s, right? We outsourced all these fucking jobs and this manufacturing and all these things that we did. We brought in all these immigrants. It's really affecting like black people the worst because they have the least amount of like fucking community and family ties left. Like 75% of them are born to single moms. I think it's actually like 78% at this point are born to single moms. So like literally their families are disintegrated. Like everything's fucked. They went door to door in poor neighborhoods, including my own, right? My own fucking mom. Like I'm an Italian, like fucking Nick is, right? Like, you know, they fucking told our moms, like, hey, listen, if you fucking kick your fucking husband out, you know what I mean, after all the jobs disappeared, we'll give you more money. We'll take care of you. The government's more stable than any man is, right? Because the government can just print fucking money out of thin air. Dudes is fucked. Like, this is something I talk about, like, making men stable. It's on my Substack, bro. Listen, like, yo, read some of my shit, you know what I mean? I bet you'll enjoy, right, at the end of the day. But, like, if you're not making men stable, if you're not helping dudes, you know what I mean, become stable individuals and have like long-term shit. This is why I started off with Eric Weinstein, where it's like, what are you going to do for your great grandkids? We have to have a conversation about the long-term effects of all this shit. You have to have a stable environment to be able to raise children in. You have to be able to go like, hey, listen, you know, not only are your grandkids, you know what I mean, going to be okay, they're going to look like you. They're going to have the same cultures and morals as you. They're going to know the same people. They're going to be in the same area. This is what you do when you want to have like stable fucking, you know what I mean, like populations and people. Like, I'm a communitarian, right? You know what I mean? It's not a communist. Communitarian. I believe like community should have rights because your culture is important. I think you should have local food production and agriculture so that like you don't have to have like, you know what I mean, people leave your fucking hometown and like, when your people are born to your like little small town somewhere, like it's somewhere in the outskirts or whatever it is, they don't have to like stand here and go, oh, I'm gonna go to college or I'm fucked. No, like you can stay here and farm, bro. Like you stay here and help us eat. Right? You have local businesses. I think that like, when you have an industry that's homegrown in your area, right, which a lot of us did, when that place leaves, I think they owe you. I think you should have exclusive access. I don't think the government should be able to put immigrants into your neighborhood whenever the fuck they want to. I don't think that like any of this, I think the majority of the shit that we're doing right now is fucked. That's where I'm at right now. Right? I think the problem is again, we're all unstable as shit. And it's in the name of like the rich. It's in the name of the corporations, but ultimately it's in the name of the stockholders, which, you know, again, we spoke about this in the beginning of the stream, right? You missed some shit and I'm fine with that. I'll re-explain it to you. It's not a really big deal. Right. But like when you stand here and you go, hey, listen, we want to be able to disintegrate the family and continue to have like the ideas of the migrations of the 16, 17, 1800s continue into like the modern day. What you're saying is like, hey, listen, we're going to have to take up the mantle of what the family used to be in the name of government or like industry. In America, we try it with industry in the stock market. We're like, if you don't have a 401k, you're fucked when you get old. Here's the question. This is like a fucking gangster ass question at the end of the day. What really is the value of having kids? Okay. We talk about the front end, right? Where it's like, it's like 400 grand to raise a child. What's the back end? What's the value of them when you retire? Because that's how much your 401k is worth to you. That's how much Social Security is worth to you. Is it $1 million? $2 million? This is an investment. What is the value of your family structure? Something we're not talking about. These are things that we have to have conversations about as a society. These are problems that we don't want to look at because it means stopping all this individualist bullshit. Stopping capitalism. Not raising socialism or communism, because that's just fucking retarded too. That's all managerial bullshit. It's all utilitarian garbage. You can't talk about utilitarianism, right? Because utilitarianism is fucking dumb as well, right? Like that whole premise is stupid. You have to move away from this. Talking about disutility and shit you got to talk about. Let's keep going.
How they're operating, the manner of control, and their ultimate objectives. So it's with some trepidation that I'm bringing you the results, the evidence that I trudged up in my investigation of over the course of the last week. And so we're going to begin now. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button here on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, give me your feedback. Let me know what you think about this episode. And tell me if you'd like to see a third part or an epilogue. Let me know what you think about tonight, all the information. Please be objective as possible. I'm going to bring you the information. I'm going to bring you the red pill.
I'm an Appalachian. What? Yo, listen, I was raised in homeless shelters. Fuck you talking about? I'm the head of the white trash no state. I got 8 kids, 5 women. Listen, I love poor people. Fuck out of here.
The world as you know it is not as it seems. So first, before we dive into all of the information, I do want to do a quick recap of some of the things that I saw that led
Yo, Neurojack, I sent you that link in the Discord, bro. Like legit.
Me to do this show. I'm going to show you 2 clips. Now, forgive me because they are a little bit long. One is 2 minutes, the other's 3 minutes. That doesn't sound long, but you know, that's a good chunk of change for me to be sitting here watching the clips. But I want to play for you a couple of clips. These are compilations of clips that have been sourced from C-SPAN and various sources by sources like Paul Town, Uncommon Sense on Twitter. This is really a grassroots effort of a lot of people on Twitter that have scoured the internet for this information.
There you go, bro. You should be good to join.
They were inspired to do this by the show last week. It raised some red flags, some alarm bells. They got inspired. They went out, they did the deep dive, and they found this information. Now, it was because of these clips that I did this show. The first one I'm going to show you is a composite of about a half dozen different clips going all the way back to the 1990s. Now, last week, when Tucker did his big attack...
I literally take care of my father. Right? He's going through cancer right now. You know what I mean? He had a major head trauma like last year. Right? I literally take care of my dad. Like, me and my dad are good. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up, bro. Kivo, you're ranting schizo shit. It's appreciated for the interaction. You know what I mean? Like, you keep posting whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, more interaction, the better my channel does. You know what I mean? So, like, keep going. But, like, yeah, listen, you're just posting schizo nonsense at this point. Like, yo, this is a pro man channel. Like, fuck out of here.
On me with Candace Owens. The big lie that stood out to everybody, maybe the cause for everybody to give me a chance and listen to what I had to say, was this. He called me a lot of names. He said I'm a weird basement dweller, I'm gay, all these different things. He said I'm a bad faith actor. I'm trying to poison the well of the legitimate America First right with a toxic association. He compared me to David Duke. He said a lot of things. And these are all things that have been said about me before. All the different attacks. You've heard them, I've heard them, we've heard them for years. That's not new. And some people called it cowardly and dishonorable. Some people cheered it on, honestly. But the big thing that stuck out from his show last week is something that could not be ignored. It was a brazen and bald-faced lie. This is the central problem. And maybe the central thing that he said, which again was cause for people to give me some consideration and watch the show last week. He said with Candace, and I'm about to play the clip for you just now. He said with Candace that he did not know that his father was involved in the CIA until his father died. And his father died in March of 2025, earlier this year.
Yo, Neurojack, bro, I sent you the link in the Discord. You want to come hop in? If you want to tard wrangle that motherfucker in the chat, bro, it's up to you. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I have enough tards at the moment. You know what I mean? Like, yo, but, you know, it is what it is.
Not only did he say that he did not know his father was involved with the CIA, he said he was actually shocked. He was shocked and surprised that he found out very late in his life. His father was appointed by Ronald Reagan in the late 1980s to work for the U.S. Information Agency, hand in glove with the CIA. And they were behind such things as the CIA covert backing of the Contras in Nicaragua. They were behind the propaganda surrounding Tiananmen Square in China in 1989. So his father was involved in some serious stuff. And Tucker says that he did not know, again, until just about a few months ago that his dad was involved in the CIA. Well, everybody really had the same thought, which is, I think I've heard Tucker say, though, in the past, that he knew his father was in the CIA. And it didn't take long for people to find the evidence. And so last week on Friday, we found the clip from last year. Tucker Carlson did a show with Sean Ryan, another former CIA officer. This was in June of last year. And Tucker said at that time, I knew my dad was in CIA. I knew he was in that world. And so everybody said, wait a minute, irrespective of my favorability towards Tucker.
Yo, Neuro, I already did all my shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, I already ran through, like, all my stuff on my stream. This is extra at this point. You know what I mean? Want to come in and, like, have a conversation about any of the stuff going on the stream right now? You know what I mean? It's up to you, right? I already did all my things, right? I already, like, knocked out all the stuff I wanted to cover. You know what I mean? I'm 2 hours in at this point. If you just want to come and hang out, it's up to you. You know what I mean? I'm sitting in the Discord at the moment. Anybody wants to come and hang the fuck out. You know, like, it's whatever. I don't really care.
Or my antipathy towards Nick Fuentes, they said something's not right here. That's a bald-faced lie. You got caught. Last year he said he knew. This year he says he was surprised, shocked to find this information out in March. So which is it? Something is not right here. Something is out of place. And what's more, the logical next question is...
Yeah, listen, this person, like, what the fuck's their name again? Fucking... Kivo. Yeah, Kivo, listen, all right. I literally talk about all the time how, like, I feel a way about having to, like, put my kids in a fucking institutional fucking school system, right? Where, like, I'm basically raising the government kids so, like, they can stand here and, like, learn all this indoctrination to tell them to go get fucking rich. Because I don't want my kids to get rich. I want them to, like, be at home and be with us, right? And be with their family. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want them to be, like, a part of, like, us and, like, you know, not hate themselves because, like, they don't have enough fucking money. I always say that, like, I don't think that, like, money is the end all be all of shit. Like, judging individuals by, like, how much cash you have is a merchant class fucking ideology. Right? Like, wealth is not the end all be all of life. Like, money is a weapon. It's a fucking tool in the end of the day. It gives you the ability to say fuck off and work on the shit you want to work on. It was up to me, I'd go fishing all day and, like, take my kids fucking hiking and spend time with my family. That's what I would do all day long if I had a choice. I took the night off tonight because, like, listen, I was just like, I can't. Fuck, I just put in, like, fucking 7 days last week. I'm fucking exhausted. Worked last night and I wanted to fuck have a night to be able to do this type of shit. Right? I like working on my own things. I agree. Getting rich is fucking stupid. Let's keep going now.
Why would he lie? Why would he lie in such a brazen way about something like this? This isn't your usual white lie. If Tucker himself applied for CIA, if his father was CIA royalty in broadcasting, and Tucker's an international broadcaster, this does raise legitimate questions. And if Tucker is not being forthcoming about this, but is instead lying or obfuscating or concealing, it invites an investigation. It says, what else are you lying about? If you lied that you didn't know your dad was CIA, are you lying that you are CIA or the extent of your cooperation with CIA? That was a natural question. But we did more digging over the course of the last week, and we found about half a dozen other clips that Tucker knew and said publicly that his father was involved in the CIA. So I'll play this compilation for you right now, and we're going to react to it. This is the first clip. It's about 2 minutes, and I'll play this right now. All of this has come to light over the course of the past week, and this is a big reason why I did this show. So here it is.
And he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies, and I learn actually, yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
This was in March of this year. And so when I applied to CIA, and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA.
He had a bunch of them. He ran the Voice of America for a long time, maybe 5 or 6 years. He was an ambassador in Africa, and then he ran something called the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
I mean, the guy who took out Mossadegh lived on my street. One of the Roosevelt CIA officer. So, I mean, again, I grew up around this stuff, but
that's why it's not happening.
But they seem to be doing so many other things. I mean, I applied to CIA. My dad worked with CIA. I was never against CIA. I thought only like dumb liberals were against CIA, and traitors or whatever. So my views on CIA have evolved based on things that I have seen and personally experienced.
You took a pretty well publicized trip with your father. Was it about 1.5 years ago? How long has it been?
Since we were in Pakistan.
Down to Nicaragua for the summer and work and, get involved in the war, and support the side that we thought was right.
Where you got left behind for a couple days.
Oh, no, that was when I went to Vietnam with John McCain. Yeah, I had a hassle at the airport.
And are you still traveling with your father on trips?
We spent the summer in Nicaragua trying to get a sense of the war there, and all kinds of hilarity ensued. But
By yourself, my father's a great guy to travel with, and very amusing, and adventurous person who's up for anything. So I said,
Yo, what up, man?
What's up with it, man? Shit. Kind of enjoying watching some of these old clips. Actually, just let this play for a minute because I want to cook on this. This is actually really interesting because I'm having flashbacks from when I was 14 watching fucking Tucker Carlson on CNN and shit.
All right.
Let's go to Pakistan. Okay.
And we have the internet to expose the lies. If this isn't 20 years ago when you were on CNN, and we couldn't expose things, we can expose it now, and they still do it.
Well, I guess I would ask myself, I lie. If I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I try never to lie on TV. I just don't, I don't like lying. I certainly do it, out of weakness or whatever.
Okay. So that's 2.5 minutes almost of Tucker Carlson.
Yo, what up, ESP? Nice to see you out here, my brother.
And over the course of 20 years, talking about and getting caught at least in 2, maybe 3 explicit instances saying, my dad was in the CIA. We lived down the street from the CIA officer that overthrew Mossadegh in Iran in 1953. I went to Vietnam with John McCain. I traveled to Pakistan with my father. I traveled to Nicaragua with my friends at the behest of my father. All these different clips paint a very interesting picture. 25 years. Going back to 1999, Tucker is saying, I was traveling internationally with my dad who was in this world, that Voice of America. And if you pay attention, he says in the Sean Ryan interview, he said, my dad ran Voice of America. That's what that is, the CIA. 2001, 2002, he says, my dad's at Voice of America. He's an ambassador from Seychelles, which is a major hub of the super mob. If you know anything about Seychelles, it's an island off the coast of Africa. And so I saw this compilation of clips and I said, something's not right. This is clearly a deep mystery here. Obviously, I was onto something on my show last week. Then another clip came to light, a second clip, if you will, or a second theme. If these are a compilation of clips, there was another major clip that caught my attention. We watched it on Monday. I was going to do this show on Monday, but I had to do a little more research. And in this clip, the second clip that I want to play for you, Tucker Carlson attacks Patrick Buchanan. Now, for those that don't know, Patrick Buchanan was an advisor to the Republican presidents Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan in the 70s and in the 1980s. He became one of the most popular conservatives in America. He was a very famous commentator, pundit. He was on very popular talk shows. In 1990, he was in the middle of a major scandal because of his opposition to the war in Iraq. George H.W. Bush, former head of the CIA, vice president under Ronald Reagan, member of the Skull and Bones Society at Yale, George H.W. Bush took us to war in Iraq in 1990. Many people believe at the behest of the Israelis. This was after the neocon ascendancy of the 1970s and 1980s, which we'll get into. George H.W. Bush takes us to war against Israel's archenemy, Iraq. Patrick Buchanan, who was, again, a very famous columnist and pundit at the time, he ran afoul of many of the Jewish neocons and the conservative movement at large at the time. He said the only people that want a war in Iraq are the Israelis and their amen corner in Washington who will agree with them on anything. For this, he was called an anti-Semite. He was canceled. He was banished from the conservative movement. He ran unsuccessfully for the presidency in 1992, 1996, and then again in 2000. Now, Patrick Buchanan was America First before America First. The title of this show. Patrick Buchanan was against the first war in Iraq before there were opponents of the second war in Iraq or opponents of the war in Iran. The situation in the 1990s, you could argue, was in many ways identical to what's happening in the conservative movement today. You had constituent elements of the conservative movement that were very skeptical of foreign intervention, very skeptical of going to war, particularly in the Middle East. At the same time,
welcome, Segador. You know what I'm saying? Have a wrench. Welcome to the Wrench No State. Welcome to motherfucking Pnoid News.
There were other factions inside the conservative movement that sought to cancel those people, who called them isolationists, anti-Semites, and undertook actions to get those people fired from their jobs, suppressed, get their careers destroyed, so that they could continue to advocate for wars in the Middle East that benefit Israel. Patrick Buchanan emerged as probably the leader of that former category of conservatives, of the social conservatives, the remnant of the old right in America that said after the end of the Cold War, why are we racing into the Middle East to fight another war for Israel? And for that, he was attacked. Now, this was a seminal moment because in many ways it prefigured the current arrangement. Just as it was then, so it is now. You have many constituent elements of the right wing that for one reason or another are coming out against the...
Yo, what up? Say some shit.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, this is a good spot to stop because, like, I mean, so I have my own theories about the Fed question, which aren't really that interesting. But
did you see my part where you see my part where I explained how like Influenceable like went out and like did like massive campaigns to like have everybody call him a Fed?
Yeah. No, I do, and I'm going to look into that company because it leads directly into part of my theory that I don't want to talk about on stream. I'll talk about it with you privately, but I have my suspicions about like this is what a lot of the people that I troll or that I, in my own mind, I'm trolling with a lot of my talking points because let me put it this way, like what he's saying right now is fire. And so like, for me, I don't even care if he's a Fed because the points that he's putting out there, like
it justifies my perception of what I've seen since I was a kid. Because like I grew up in the South, right?
Mm-hmm.
And most people that I grew up with, we don't have a lot of options, right? You either join the motherfucking military and get killed, or become some bitch in the military, or and I'm not saying that against the military, but like, I want a military for Americans by Americans. I don't want to be like Zog's fucking military. I don't want to be Britain's military. You know what I'm saying? So like my intention, if I went to the military, is to like make America do shit for America. Like if we're gonna go rape and plunder the world, I want to do it for America. I don't want to do it for like somebody else, right?
Well, you saw my
You know what I'm saying?
article. You saw my article on Substack, right? About how like the Cold War fucked everything up.
I didn't read that one yet.
All right, listen, hold up. Let's go to there, bro. Like real shit, because like fucking
But just to complete the thought, but before you jump into it, because I just want to make sure somebody listening doesn't get the wrong idea of what I'm saying. Like I like what this guy's saying for that reason. Like he like I was called like basically a communist in high school because I didn't want to go to Iraq. You know what I mean? And I was like, no, I don't want to go kill a bunch of Saddam. I don't want to go kill a bunch of people who had nothing to do with the shit going on with 9/11. And honestly, I didn't believe 9/11 the fucking day it happened, because there's no way that they pulled out a goddamn passport the day of. And I watched them pull that shit out on the news. Like we pulled the shit out of the fucking air. You know what I mean? I was like, there's no fucking way. You know what I mean? I didn't trust that shit from the beginning.
Well, listen,
right?
here's the article I wrote about this, right? Standing in a Bavarian office, George S. Patton had been placed in charge of the denazification efforts in the region. The office walls were painted eggshell white. He sat behind a wooden desk with a window overlooking the rubble left from Allied bombing raids. Women were lined up passing bricks from one to another. At the beginning, they were in a building that had been built 800 years ago. At the end was a growing pile of bricks being placed by local women. Every woman aged 15 to 50 was recruited in the cleanup effort. This was later turned into feminist propaganda by Western postmodernists. He spoke to top brass behind closed doors, telling anyone who would listen that Eisenhower should allow him to take his forces and finish off the Ruskies while they were still here and the men were still on the continent. He even suggested rearming the Germans and pointing them at the Russians. These ideas ceased on December 9th, 1945, when the 1938 Cadillac he was riding in had been struck by a deuce and a half on its way to hunt pheasants. Patton was thrown from the vehicle and broke a vertebrae, leaving him paralyzed from the neck down. He succumbed to his injuries 2 weeks later on December 21st. During the waning months of the war, the United States convened all of its allies at Bretton Woods, Connecticut. The men who attended this meeting devised a plan that would dominate the world for the next 80 years. It was led by Henry Morgenthau Jr., the Secretary of Treasury for the United States under Franklin Roosevelt. He and Maynard Keynes from the British delegation designed the IMF, the World Bank, and a Bretton Woods system. The Bretton Woods system, for those who don't know, was a monetary system that tied all the world's currencies to the United States dollar. These countries would have the right to exchange their dollars for gold at the U.S. Treasury at the rate of $36 per ounce. This lasted until 1971, when Richard Nixon suspended the trade after France sent a battleship to New York to repatriate its reserves being held at the New York Fed. By 1980, gold had skyrocketed to $800 an ounce. The predecessor to the Bretton Woods Conference was held in 1941 and was called the Atlantic Conference. It was attended by Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt. Churchill wanted to pressure Roosevelt into the war, but Roosevelt had other plans. Roosevelt wanted to discuss how the British would repay the U.S. for Lend-Lease. Since Britain was engaged in a war with Germany and Japan, the U.S. had the upper hand and pressured Churchill into agreeing to lower its tariff rates outside of the empire and would end its discriminatory practices. This agreement stipulated that all countries would be permitted to conduct business and participate in global trade as equal partners. This was a Wilsonian ideal. Economists at that time believed that after the Great Depression had ravaged the world for 11 years, liberalizing trade would help stabilize the global economy and foster wealth for all. This was enshrined in law, and institutions were established at Bretton Woods to enforce and implement these ideas worldwide except for one place. Britain throughout its history been late to the party. While Venice and Florence were full of textile mills and artisans who traded with the Far East and the Muslims of the South, they sold their goods to the Parisian and the Austrian nobility. In contrast, the British had more sheep than humans. While the Portuguese and Spanish were building galleons and grabbing colonies in the New World and processing sugarcane, the British were a small power with no colonies, still trying to control Ireland and Scotland. The French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Dutch had already been in the New World for 100 years or more before the British arrived. And even when they did, they used Venetian sailors to get there. The British had spent most of their history on the back foot. The Romans, Vikings, Normans, Anglos, French, Spanish, and Germans had either invaded or attempted to invade them. The New World, however, transformed them from being an island on the periphery to a central hub between Europe and its colonies. The British, with its newfound wealth, decided that wanted to keep its position, and to do so would need to keep the continent destabilized. They funded all sides to every conflict. They would fund radical factions and dissidents. They basically caused World War I and World War II. Britain had a policy called the Great Game during the 1800s, in which it funded and helped the Ottoman Empire to destabilize Russia's growing influence in the Balkans and Central Asia. This eventually culminated in the Crimean War, where 450,000 Russians and Greeks died in 3 years of fighting. This puts a new spin on why the Soviets swallowed Central and Eastern Europe after World War II, or why the Soviets came to be in the first place. The Soviet system and fascism were a direct response to Anglo-American capitalism, which had left the populace and governments of Europe in shambles. Even the modern nation-state model we know today and think of as normal was an invention in response to the Anglos finally catching up and surpassing everyone else. Post-World War II, the systems that were put into place to defeat the Soviets first built the modern middle class. However, after cracks started to show, such as the 1971 untethering of the U.S. dollar from the gold standard, the system began to unravel and consume the working class. The opening up of China by the governments of America and the Western nation was not some pie-in-the-sky liberalization tactic. It was a strategic move to break the USSR. Let's address one I just discovered this week. During World War II, when Patton invaded Italy, the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, found a bunch of Jews trying to escape the Nazis. They were processed by intelligence and utilized as assets to aid in winning the war. After the war, Israel became an intelligent asset as Jews returning to their homeland from the USSR were debriefed by the Israeli intelligence, and the information was traded for favors to the U.S. and Britain. This is how Israel gained all the weapons and nuclear secrets they had today. This is why the U.S. continues to back them. The United States has for the last 35 years continued to uphold a system designed to combat an enemy that no longer exists. All of these systems were intended as bribes to enable the United States to shape the defensive policies of the member nations within the global system, thereby undermining the Soviets. There is one problem, though. The Soviets do not exist anymore. The justification for liberalizing global trade was always a cope. Allowing countries to dump cheap goods on your shores undermines local labor. We all know this to be true. When we speak of aid to going to Africa, everyone is familiar with the story of local shoemakers and clothing sellers being put out of business by charities. Regardless of whether the people could now do something else because they had cheap clothes, it destroyed all the businesses relying upon the employees of the local manufacturers and communities fell into even worse destruction. Liberal economics never worked. All of these ideas, free trade, immigration, and global leadership, are all bullshit. It was all propaganda to defeat the Soviets and keep our system afloat, and the people and institutions in place who were meant to deal with the problem we have long since solved. See, the Cold War didn't begin in 1945. The USSR started in 1917. The implementation of Social Security, Medicaid, and welfare was a response to pressures applied by migration from the west to the east of the nation during the 19th century. Unrestricted capitalism led to a massive inequality and speculative bubbles, which ultimately contributed to the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl. The people in charge were well aware that capitalism needed saving because another system existed, and the people were starting to consider it. If you really want to be technical about the things, the Germans were watching the Holodomor happen right next door in 1932 to 1933. When exactly did Hitler come to power again? History has a lot of secrets. That the causes and beginnings of the things that we face today never started yesterday. The only way to break the chain of history is to decide to start a new chapter. We do not have to perpetuate Cold War traditions. We do not have to be chained to a past forever. We can fix all this. We have to be able to see with clear eyes that the sacrifices made by our ancestors are the price that was needed to be paid to lay them to rest. Our blood in our veins was shed in the ground to build a brighter future. Sacrifice means you give in order to receive. We deserve to receive. So that's a lot of the things that like we're bitching about aren't just the Jews. It's also like these Cold War ideologies that like never got updated. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, so, I agree with you. I don't think it is like all quote unquote the Jays. but I do think that there's a little history behind what you're saying. But again, it like actually it doesn't matter to me at the moment. Like I think that what you wrote is very effective in explaining something that I think people can chew on, which is probably more important than being accurate. And I'm saying I'm not saying that you're not accurate, but again, this is why I like what Nick Fuentes is saying. And again, to me, like if I'm going to be blunt about like my hypothesis of what I think is going on, either A, this is all CIA propaganda, which is what everybody seems to be saying, like which is too simplistic. And I think that your argument with you and Machine and Hyperborean about that, I think that that's part of what's going on because people want an overly simplistic thing of like, well, it's they're just all feds, which it's it may be true, but I think that's just a very simplistic thing because even if that's true, what does that mean? Like it doesn't really get to the heart of the matter, right? So like my hypothesis is something to the effect of like what you're alluding to in your article could lead us to believe that either one of two things is going on. A, there's an internal struggle in the military industrial complex about your view of things and the old way of viewing things, right? And that maybe Fuentes represents this new view of things about like the way we've been doing things is not working and we have to change it. And we have to do it in a positive way versus the other route, which I agree with your analysis and Nick Fuentes' analysis in this regard, which is that if we continue going in this liberal direction, nothing will survive, like for sure, or nothing worth fighting for will survive. I guess is more accurate, right?
Yeah, I mean, like this is
So
always
that's really
this has always been my problem, right? Is like we can't just always just run from the front all the fucking time. You know what I mean? Like we can't like constantly fucking go like, oh, if we don't do it right now, we're gonna fucking like this idea. Like the one that bugged me out last year was the strike at the ports, right? Where they were like, our ports are inefficient, we're gonna lose to the rest of the world. And I'm like, okay, let me get this right. Let me get this right. China is gonna open a port in Beijing that's gonna be able to like import to Atlanta. The fuck are you talking about? Like this is the dumbest idea ever.
Well, and also it's a ridiculous. See again, and you're right because again, this is why like I'm a very annoying pedantic person because you know it's also based on the premise that we need more efficiency to get shit made in another country off the boat and unloaded, so people here in this country can use their boomer bucks to go buy more shit produced in other countries. Like that is not wealth production, right? It's the opposite. It's draining Americans of any value left in this country.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, like earlier in the stream, we
yeah.
were talking about human terrain, right? And like what it is that like when you run out of low hanging fruit for like, you know what I mean, the ability of like people to like manufacture stuff or create things or like generate revenue, what you start doing is you start consuming the human terrain, right? Like when you run out of like cheap real estate, when you run out of like cheap like fucking wealth and these type of things, right? What you do is you end up, you know what I mean, like eating up the people itself. And that's what's going on. Right? Like I wrote this article on autonomous trucks today, right? And basically the premise is that there is a lot of room in the system for, you know what I mean, like efficiency gains still at the moment. Because like the vast majority of trucking companies and manufacturers and fucking warehouses run on MS-DOS right now, right? And all of the like the check-in procedures and all this type of shit, right, are all like antiquated, garbage, piece of shit ways of doing things. Right. And like, there's ways to be able to like electronically do all of this shit. Right. You know what I mean? That'd be fucking super efficient and super easy. And you're going to have to do it before you have like autonomous trucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also just to back you up, I mean, the only reason why they haven't needed to update these things is because you had a lot of competent, mostly white men driving these trucks, right? And so now they're like, let's replace all these people and bring in a bunch of people who are incompetent and don't speak English and don't care about the rules of what we're supposed to be doing, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They don't have insurance, whatever it is, And this creates more and more problems, right? And again, they should have updated the system long ago to just make everybody more sane, right? And yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it's like there's human capital, quote unquote, which is a horrible word, but you get what I'm saying. Like, there's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
human capital element that they're ignoring as well, right?
Well,
Which
I
is
mean,
that they
like,
don't
and this is, but
appreciate what they have,
yeah, this is the problem, right? Is like like labor is a commodity, right? You know what I mean? Like whether or not we want to admit to it or not, it is a commodity. Um, but like the problem is like, we've divorced that commodity from community, family, culture, fucking nations, all the things that like really, you know what I mean,
Well,
used to hold
I'll give
back
it,
all the shit, like the
yeah.
abuses of like the merchant class, right? In the end of the day, right? And that's kind of
Well,
like the
I'll give you an
problem.
example.
What's up?
Yeah, I'll give an example. And again, sorry, I have a habit of just like when I have an idea, I have to get it out or I'm gonna forget it. So like the like I was in transportation of a different sort, right? And it wasn't Uber, but it was related to that, right? And I mean, I'll put it this way: I didn't invent the idea of Uber before Uber, but I tried to like do something similar to what Uber was doing, and I did it successfully on a very small scale, right? Um, um, and I I was never in tech. I just did it like on my own, basically, right? And for a business I was working for, right? So I basically like revolutionized the way that this other kind of transportation and logistics business was doing their booking system, right?
Right.
And I went from like barely scraping by to like way more excess bookings than we could handle, and we were like exporting bookings out to other vendors, if that makes sense, right?
Okay.
And and if I could go back in time, I would have just stolen the idea for myself and done it in every major city, and probably would have made a few $1 million, right? But and again, I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying it was just like it was so in your face how easy it was to do, right? And what drove me crazy about Uber and Lyft and all these companies is their job was not to make money. Their job was to socially engineer and fuck over cab companies, limousine companies, um, other existing transportation industries
Mm-hmm.
by basically dragging a bunch of untalented piece of shit, terrible drivers into the transportation market, while simultaneously taking that money and investing that into automated driving systems, right? They were there from the very beginning to just destroy all logistics and transportation models
Yeah,
that
that's
were
literally that's why
that
they
were
describe
messed up.
themselves as disruptive.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Exactly. And again, it's like people just look at the convenience of, oh, I can push a little button on the app. They designed that system to destroy our roadways, our way of life, our insurance cost,
Mm-hmm.
everything. Like that Uber and Lyft and these things were a diabolical from the very beginning thing to disrupt the American lifestyle, right? And people really don't grasp that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now extrapolate that out into everything else that's going on, right? This is what people don't they just really don't understand.
Yeah,
Like
this is the
they
idea of
are
human terrain, right? I mean, this is that whole idea of human terrain, right? So like, when you run out of land and cheap shit for capital to invest in, they just start eating the humans, right? In the labor market itself.
yeah, exactly. And they use people's desperation in one way against other people who are unaware that they're about to be very desperate in the near future, if that makes sense, right? And so, yeah, what I'm saying is you're correct. And again, it's like with what you're saying, it sounds hyperbolic, but it's actually not. It's predatory capitalism or whatever. And again, it doesn't mean that I'm a communist, but the point is, like, they could make America a place where we have socialist jobs, or, and I don't mean that in like a negative way, but maybe I don't want to say like in a national socialist way or something, but generally speaking, like, our ports should be exporting something that the rest of the world, uh, wants. What, even if that's just like boy band pop music, right?
Well, our ports can't
We should not be
export boy band
importing.
pop music. You know what I mean? That's not how
No,
that works.
but I'm just saying. No, listen, but I'm saying, like, I also don't think we should be like exporting our natural resources for money. But what I'm saying is, like,
I agree.
If, like, so what I mean is, like, we should be exporting things, but first and foremost, we should be producing things that, and exchanging things within the territory of the United States that help other Americans build roots and build foundations and have something worth fighting for. That's number one. Then we can talk about import, export, and all these other things, right?
Yeah, we can't.
But like you
Listen,
said,
we
yeah,
cannot have this conversation. This is why, like, I have the idea of balkanization, right? That's why, like, I talk about balkanization all the fucking time and shit. And I talk about, like, communitarianism and all the shit that I talk about, right? Is because, like, in order to have what you're talking about, you have to have systems in place, right, that allow human beings to stay in the same spot so that they have self-interest, right, in that way. Right, because we have to stop thinking about things in red and blue and like the United States versus the rest of the world. You have to think about things as in like, what's good for me and my community, right? You have to create a system where it's like, listen, I have to like do what's best for us. That's the problem, right? It can't be ideas.
Well, yeah, I agree, and I don't want to get pedantic because I will, but I think the weapon of the economics cannot be underestimated. And also, like, the small fights over little things like your local sheriff, your local unions, your local everything, they're so important. And I'll give you an example. Like, here in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco area, there's one of these counties. I can't remember which one it is, but one of these counties has like some sheriff, right? And it's like a woman sheriff, right? And she's been harassed since she got in office because basically she's like probably the only anti-woke person that's been in any kind of like police position for a long time, and they're just throwing everything they can to like get this person out of office, right? And I don't know all the details, but the stuff that the stuff that they're supposedly have on this lady is like minor. It's like she promoted somebody she trusted to a position of power. It's like, yeah, you're a fucking. Of course, if you get in office, you're not going to put someone in who has tenure. You're going to put someone in who you could trust to have your back, right? I mean, right. So it's like they're using like these.
Listen.
excuses.
Here, you have to remember something, bro. Like, remember like that meme I came up with, that GDP number go up meme that everybody spoke about for a while, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's like, just judge everything from that, and the world makes perfect fucking sense, right? That's what the police thinks about. Is literally like, hey, listen, we need to fold all these people into like our fucking economy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And
like the sheriffs are there to make sure that they evict renters who fall in bad luck, so that they can leave that place so they can leave places empty to drive up the cost of all the rents across the Bay Area.
Yeah, and we
to
don't
a point
and
where
we
it
don't
doesn't
want to
make
like
sense.
we don't want to
Yeah.
put that many black people into like the system, right? Because that fucks up the GDP, because you want them to participate in the system, because you need more fucking like, you need labor to be forced downward. The more people in the
but
system,
that's
the
what I'm
more
saying,
people
yeah.
with college degrees, the higher the value of the college degree, the lower the value of the fucking labor.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
GDP number go up, dog.
Yeah. No. And
And it
it's
benefits
very
everybody. It
diabolical,
benefits
too.
the stock market. It benefits the fucking corporations. It benefits the government because there's more tax money, right? It just, GDP number go up. You know what I mean? More consumer goods, more fucking production, more fucking shit, right? Just more, right? This is all utilitarian, like fucking bullshit.
Yeah, but it's even but it's little things that
I agree with you, but it's little things too that people don't think about. Like, I'll give you an example, right? If you go to San Francisco today, right, what you'll see is tons and tons and tons of empty buildings, empty office buildings, empty skyscrapers, empty houses, empty this and that. Why? Because it drives up the price of rent. Because this city is owned by very, very few people, right? They own everything, you know?
Yeah.
And and they can dictate any price they want, and they don't have any need to rent out or renovate their property whatsoever. There's $30 million mansions all over the place that are totally empty. Nobody lives in them. They just sit there, right? Because they have no need to rent it
Yo,
out. But
listen, bro, like back in that
it's
2008
insane.
when everything collapsed, right? The highest value homes never got foreclosed on, and the people just squatted and stayed there.
Exactly.
Yo, just to keep prices up. Yo, listen, let's keep going to this video a little bit.
The war in Syria, the war in Iran, calling for withdrawal from Iraq. And just as it was then, you have another element inside the right wing that is suppressing them, canceling them, trying to brand them as anti-Semites and isolationists. And just as it was then, you have a figure that has emerged, or a number of figures. I count myself among them. Perhaps you could say Tucker Carlson is one too, who are speaking out against the wars and against the neocons, this faction in the conservative movement that are pushing those wars. But 25 years ago, Tucker Carlson took a very aggressive line towards Pat Buchanan, the leader of America First in the 1990s. When all of the neocons, when others were attacking him, Tucker Carlson joined that chorus and called Pat Buchanan an anti-Semite and a nut. And his attack against Buchanan then is almost identical to his attack against me last week. I'll play that clip for you now. As I said, it's about 3 minutes, so bear with me. But it's important to watch the whole thing from start to finish.
I mean, this is part of the sad thing about Pat Buchanan, as far as I'm concerned. And just to restate, I mean, Pat does raise issues that I think are important. I mean, I think that, the sovereignty of the American military, et cetera. I mean, these are not just crank issues. But unfortunately, Pat Buchanan raises them in a way that I think is discredited. And when attacked, he can always fall back on the line, well, the tiny cabal that controls American politics doesn't like me because I speak truth to power. This is actually, incidentally, almost verbatim what he said the other day, that I offend the plutocracy, that I'm a wanted man by the inside the Beltway people, and in every sense cast himself as a victim who is sort of a Karen Silkwood of politics, someone who's so truthful that he's being hunted down by the conspiracy that runs Washington. I mean, it's all a bit much. Maybe Pat Buchanan just says things that are kind of kooky, and that's why he's being criticized. It's perfectly valid to question America's relationship with Israel. Israel has a lobby. It's perfectly fair, as far as I'm concerned, to beat up on Israel's lobby. But I don't think that's the reason that Buchanan is being labeled an anti-Semite. It's this kind of, as I've said, this relentless bringing up topics related to Judaism. I mean, famously, Pat, always beats up on Goldman Sachs, but never Morgan Stanley. I mean, it's really hard to. There is no point at which Pat Buchanan has held a press conference and said, I really don't like the Jews. I think they're a sinister force in America. But I think, and it took me years to come to this position. I mean, I'm not throwing the term anti-Semite around. But you reach a point when you say, well, gee, here's a guy who has gone out of his way to defend Demjanjuk and other accused Nazi war criminals, who's constantly attacked Israel, who's attacked American Jews for supporting Israel unduly, who's implied that American Jews push America into wars in which non-Jews die. There really is, and again, I'm not hysterical on this subject, but I do believe that there is a pattern with Pat Buchanan of needling the Jews. Is that anti-Semitic? Yeah. I mean, after a while, you conclude it is, in some sense, anti-Semitic. I mean, Pat Buchanan obviously has a lot of personal and affectionate relationships with people who are Jewish. So on a personal level, perhaps he's not, but on a different, maybe thematic level, I think he probably is. I think that people should be allowed to have differing views on immigration. I think people should be allowed to point out the fact that there is an Israeli lobby, and yes, it's powerful, and debate the merits of that, I guess. I don't think there's, strictly speaking, anything wrong with that. But again, I think Pat Buchanan is part of the reason it's so hard to have that conversation, because he discredits it by his presence, because he gives people who watch him carefully the sense that he has another agenda that has to do with personal dislike, and that he believes in conspiracies, and that he believes that the Jews are this sinister, secretly organized force trying to affect American politics. And those aren't discussions I think normal people, sober people should be having, because I think they're ludicrous.
Man, listen, them
Pretty
CIA
damning
talking points from
fucking
like
video.
back in the day, bro. Like fucking, I don't
Yeah.
think normal people should be able to have those type of conversations. These
Yeah,
conspiracy
well,
theorists,
he
like,
said normal. Yeah, he said normal, then he said sober. So he's basically like, if you believe in this, you're on drugs or something. It's yeah. I mean, yeah. So again, the irony of that, of what he's saying, is like, regardless if he's even if he's right that there's no Jewish conspiracy, even if he's right, the point is that we just fought a fucking war that killed like 1/3 of or 1/4 of all the males not that long before like 40 years before this video is made or whatever, right? 50 years before this video is made. So it's like, to say that there's nothing about, and again, I'm not saying that like the World War II was only fought over the Jews, but again, it certainly is a big part of the narrative, whether it's true or not, right?
oh, I
So
mean,
the point
no,
is
that
to say that,
that
like,
came
there's
after
no,
the war, right?
yeah,
During
of
the war.
course, that
So
it was
okay, all right. So check
excess,
this out. Check this out. Check this
just like
out. Check this out.
slavery,
All right. So check this out, bro. Check
just
this
like
out.
slavery
So
was in the
like,
Civil
here's the
War.
thing. Like, this is the problem with like modern history. It's all propaganda, right? Like, yo, okay. So nobody knew about the Jewish shit till after the war. Right. That was a World War I thing that they were saying was going to happen or was happening. And it turned out to absolutely not be true in World War I. And so like the second time when it came around and like it was happening, they couldn't say shit about it. Right. You know what I
Right.
mean? And like,
Exactly.
yeah. So like fucking, like, literally, like, it wasn't like World War II was not about Jews. Like, I mean, it kind of was. Right. Like, as far as like,
Yeah, but
the
I know what you
Soviets and all
mean.
that
Yeah,
type of shit, right? But like, yeah, fucking like, yeah, listen, like this shit, I mean, is complete propaganda, right? At the end of the day, like 100%.
Well, Tucker Carlson, like, if you really listen to what he's saying, he's like, I'm not saying he's anti-Semite, but you know what? Maybe he is, and this and that. And again, it's like, he's obviously a hitman doing a hit job on somebody. And again, maybe it's justified, maybe it's not. But the point, he's being extremely dishonest, and it reminds me of how much I really disliked Tucker Carlson when I was young. Like, I couldn't really remember why, but when I watched this kind of clip, like, yeah, it reminds me. It's not that he's wrong fully; it's that he's using propaganda narratives to basically twist these, like, I mean, he's basically Andrew Wilson, to be honest with you. It's like he's doing these very like sophisticated, like, mind games of propaganda versus propaganda to like form a synthesis. And it's like it's not that it's totally wrong, it's that it basically leaves you to where you can't have your own opinion whatsoever. That's what he's saying. Like, don't, we're gonna give you the opinion, you don't need to have an opinion. I mean,
I mean,
it's
this
retarded.
is Project Mockingbird, right? In the end of the day, where like, the fucking CIA is fully embedded into like fucking media, and how do I put, bro? Listen, so like we have a problem in democracies, right? Where long term dealing with the world cannot be like a flip flop thing between one like fucking like one presidency and the next, right? It can't, you got to have like long term shit. And the State Department has like its own things that it's attempting to do worldwide, like long term, dealing with countries, making deals, all that type of shit. And so when the people find out about like some shit that's going on, and they fucking rebel and they start talking shit and all that type of stuff, it's a fucking problem for your government, right? Like, and so say you're supporting, like the Taliban in fucking Afghanistan, right? And the Mujahideen, right? So during like the Russian invasion and the Russian occupation, when we're over here funding them to fight against shit, that's cool, right? That's fine, right? But then afterwards, when you're like, hey, listen, you now have like this massively armed mountain population of fucking people who, you know, what I mean, have suffered all this fucking shit, and they're not under any control, but they have tons of weapons, and you know, what I mean, military training that we gave them. You should probably, you know what I mean, like fucking pacify them somewhat with like education or whatever the case is, build some roads for them, you know, help them out with their farming, some type of shit long term to support them. And then like Reagan leaves office and Bush comes in, right? And then Clinton gets in, and you're like, what the fuck's that shit over there? Bro, listen, why are we worried about these Arabs? Yo, fuck them, right? And like we just keep going like it ain't shit, right? And that's a fucking problem. You know what I mean? Because then all of a sudden, you know, we get Al
No,
Qaeda.
you're right. I mean, honestly, yeah, you're 100% right. And again, again, this is why, like, you know, I was called a communist in the South because they're like, oh, you don't want to go fight the Afghanis. I'm like, we literally were helping the Afghanis fight against the Russians for like years and years and years. How do, you know, obviously we took a wrong turn somewhere. Before we go run off into, you know, slaughtering a million people, maybe we should like think before we act, you know, like, and everyone's like, no, 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 they did this thing or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but like they're living in a cave, allegedly, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're gonna go spend $20 trillion to go drop bombs on some mountain in Afghanistan because you know, and I'll just tell you this, like the idea that the entire American military couldn't figure out what's going on in 3 hours before this attack happened is ludicrous, right? I mean, they could have knocked those planes out of the air in 2 minutes, and they didn't. So I don't know what the truth of the matter is. And I knew this on the day of. I'm like, I don't know what the truth of the matter is, but I know that the story that we're being told is bullshit.
Well, all right, let me say this.
Yeah.
All right, Building 7 to me is sketchy, right? 100% that shit don't make no fucking sense.
Yeah, the 11, the British version, right?
Like Building 7 don't make any sense to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Building 7. I thought you were talking about like the British underground
No,
stuff that was
Building
around that same
7. You know
time.
what I'm talking about, like the fucking building that fell
Yeah,
without like ever being hit by a fucking plane.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
I mean,
yeah, it don't make any sense.
that's the most obvious one for sure. I mean,
right.
Yeah, but I'll just tell you this.
Here's my other thing. Right? Wait. Here's the thing, right? And this is really important to understand. The government isn't God. We really do have a fucking problem in this country where like we apply the government, we apply like godlike powers to the government. It is not in control the way you think it is.
Yeah, I mean, I know that to some degree
Do
you're
you
right.
know that? I don't think you do.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
you
do because I've worked in operations where people don't do their fucking job and no one wants accountability, and I'm sure it's a lot worse in the government than in a corporation. So yeah, I mean, but at the same time, like I know that the rules of engagement on a plane that goes off course is like you're gonna have like F-16s behind their ass in 2 minutes. That's what I know. Like you're not gonna let them fly around for 3 hours and run into a building or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
listen, bro. Fucking my man's who the hell is that? Retro gamer got? Bro, yeah, listen, like, well, what if Jesus was all a facade? Well, that would mean that the government's God, bro. You listen to Hobson, y'all. I love that that track's amazing. I think it's Illminder Hobson track 7. Anybody ain't never heard that? It's great, fucking great song. But yeah, like we really do need. There's a lot of propaganda from the media, right? All that NCIS, fucking JAG, like all the like fucking movies and TV shows and video games and all this stuff that shows like the American capabilities. When the truth is, I don't know. Do you remember under Obama there was a guy who broke into the White House? Do you remember that by chance? Neurojack?
yeah, I do. I remember that.
Do you remember what
jumped
happened?
He jumped the fence and ran up in there.
And what did he do?
I don't remember exactly, but I think
there was a
got
Secret
arrested or
Service
shot.
agent guarding the president, right? And it was a female, and the guy smacked the shit out of her and laid her down.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah. Our government is nowhere near as capable as it fucking pretends it is.
I mean, that's actually worse, though. But yeah.
No, I mean, that it is what it is. Right? Let's keep it all the way honest. Right? This idea that it's like fucking, it's an infallible, all-knowing, all-seeing, omnipotent fucking object is fucking retarded. I don't think they could have knocked the fucking planes out of the sky. I didn't think they had the capability. You know how long it takes to launch fucking jets?
Well, if they were doing things correctly, it shouldn't take that long. But
No,
I guess
but
it
okay,
wouldn't
all
shock me
right,
that they
okay.
weren't,
So, like, I need you to go to the fucking airport and start asking some questions. I used to work at the airport, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's not, again, I wrote this in my autonomous truck. I used to work at the airport, right? I'm going to tell you like this. Launching a goddamn jet is not fucking a short process. It takes time.
Sure. But I mean, the thing is, between DC and New York City, you know, they have like the most active fucking air bases in the world. So, I mean, it's
What air bases do they have?
like Virginia Beach.
What military
Virginia
air
Beach
bases do they
could
have?
have like jets in the air, like quick.
Virginia
I'm pretty
Beach
sure,
is
you know,
not
like,
between Washington, D.C. and motherfucking New York City. That's in Roanoke.
it's not far. Yeah, but it's not far. I mean, dude, like, how long would it take a jet to get from like Virginia Beach to NYC? I mean, like,
I don't know,
20
like
minutes.
fucking 35, 40 minutes. How long did they have once they knew that the planes were fucked? 8, 10, 12. What was it? Man, listen, I'm
I
gonna look this
mean,
shit up.
I mean, you can Google the timeline. These planes were in the air a while. Like, they didn't just like veer off course in like 10 minutes, turn around, smack a building. I mean, they were out, like, allegedly. I mean, if we're to believe anything that we're being told, which is, you know, who knows? But I
Hang on,
mean,
bro. I'm gonna look it up.
the government's not God, but they did allegedly pull out, you know, fucking passports out of a fucking rubble in less than 24 hours.
16 minutes. There was 16 minutes between planes hitting.
Really? No, I mean okay, hold on. Let me look this up.
16 minutes.
I gotta
It
look this
was
up.
8.
How?
It was 8:43, 8:46 a.m. and then a second one 9:03 a.m. 17 minutes.
No, I know that, but I mean.
So again,
in
no,
the
there
air
is no way to react to that. They didn't have a distress signal. They didn't know the plane was fucked. They knew like one was off course, but like on a regular basis, I'm betting planes go off course all the fucking time. You're not going to scramble jets just because the plane's off course.
Okay. Flight 11 departed from Boston at 7:59.
Again, I don't care if Flight 11 departed Boston, bro. Again, it was going the way it was supposed to go. So listen, how long between attacks? They didn't know that planes were going to fly into the fucking buildings, right? Until fucking 8:46 a.m. when one hit a building.
No, but check it out. Okay, I just give you where I'm coming from. Okay.
What?
7:59 to 8:14. That's 15 minutes. There was regular communication. From 8:14 to 8:46. That's what, 30 minutes. 30 minutes of zero communication between the plane and when it hit the building, right?
Planes don't communicate all the time, right? When it's in the air. They communicate when they take off, right? When they reach altitude. And then, like, when they're coming close to a fucking thing, and then when they're going to land. That's when they communicate.
Okay, but the Flight 77 is a really weird one, too. Actually, the other two, the last two are the weird ones. So
the one that landed in Shanksville and the one at the Pentagon.
Yeah, those are weird. Okay, 8:20, it deviated from its flight plan at 8:54, and then it took almost 45 minutes to turn around and go back to the Pentagon.
I mean, again, right? Like, listen, that plane should have been taken out. Probably, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
But like, all right, wait. What time? What time did it deviate?
Yeah, so it took off 8:20. It deviated from its plan 8:54. It hit the Pentagon at 9:37. So that's like 40 minutes.
Yeah, the Pentagon one's weird, right? But the other two make perfect sense. Right? The World Trade Center thing, I can believe the World Trade Center thing the whole way through. Right? Other than Building 7, none of the rest of it is any type of sketchy to me at all. Right? Because I know the government's not God. Right?
Yeah.
Number one.
But
Number two, I'm
weird,
not like the rest of these fucking weirdo ass fucking like homosexuals who work in an office, right? I actually work in steel mills. When that shit happened, no, actually that was 2001. So like in 08, 09, from like 08 to 2013 and from 2003 to 2005, I was working in steel mills, like actual steel mills. Right? Where like I'm using like natural gas to cut fucking steel beams and I-beams all the fucking time, structural steel. Right? It like this shit, you like, oh man, this stuff this strong. Blah, 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 blah. Like I know exactly what it takes to cut a fucking steel beam apart. I know what it looks like when you have a stress fracture. I know what this shit's made of. I fucking worked with it every day. Like I know damn well that jet fuel plus wind, right, at that altitude, right, will 100% like fucking like destroy a goddamn fucking steel beam, right? And they're like, oh, it fell at free fall. No, what happened was you had like 40 stories coming down. So like you had one floor give way, right? And when that one floor gave way, it just pancaked it, right? It just boom, 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 and each floor like had more debris because you were adding to it before. Right, so it just kept fucking collapsing into its fucking self over and over and over again. Right, and it just happened really, really fucking quickly. You know, like, and it seemed like it was like instantaneous. So like, I fucking 100% get the World Trade Center's like fucking falling. Building 7 makes absolutely no sense to me at all. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
And I said that when we started this conversation. But the two fucking Trade Center buildings, 100%, all of it makes sense front to fucking back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even argue those points because I think it's one of those things where, you know, I generally would just take your point and run with it. I mean, for me, it's like I mean, I just find it hard to believe that it would basically free fall speed. Like the fact that it didn't really like shear off and like lean one way or another or something, like I just find that pretty weird. The fact that it just totally. But again, that's kind of splitting hairs. I mean, generally speaking, like, yeah, I guess I would concede the point that you're making, but I mean, I guess I guess also like, would you say that the kind of steel that they used back in the 70s wasn't like this like high? It probably wasn't high end steel either, right? If that makes sense,
I mean,
right? Like it wasn't like this.
When were
Like
those buildings
super,
put up?
I think it was like 77 or early 80s or something. It wasn't like super old. It was like 20 years old or something. It wasn't like, or 25 years. It was like 25 years or less old. So
Yeah,
ugly ass
1973.
buildings.
Yeah, 1973. I mean, the steel should have been pretty good, right, at that point, right? But I just know that like steel, just as a whole, you know, what I mean, has problems. And when you're trying to get that much steel, right, you're gonna end up with shit with like gas and problems in it. You know what I mean? It fucking happens. You know
Yeah,
what
I mean, I'll put it this way. Like, what shocked me the most about that is the
Mhm.
fact that like how long that fucking fire went on. Like, what kind of material is like if this is all concrete, right? Like, shouldn't that fire kind of stop spreading beyond a certain place? Like, that's what I don't understand. Is like,
Cubicles,
wouldn't all that
paperwork,
concrete?
electronics, fucking carpets on floors, fucking paint, curtains, ceiling tiles.
Yeah, I guess.
It all burns, right? And then on top of that, like, a lot of it would have like natural gas lines and shit like that going to it. You know what I mean? Like, there's
Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what you're just saying. Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's
that's
gonna
a good
burn.
point.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's
Yeah,
plenty
but
of
it's just
fuel.
funny that like, yeah, I do think it's kind of weird that they had like all those people come out and say like jet fuel doesn't burn steel beams or something like that. I mean,
Yeah, which is fucking retarded. Like,
Yeah.
Anybody that like,
I
and the thing
remember.
is, like, you don't even really have to like fucking, and it's not just the jet fuel; it's also like the pressure, right? Have
You
you
know, the truth is,
have you wait
when
wait
they started
have you
coming
ever
out with all
watched
this,
have you ever watched Kentucky Ballistics by chance?
yeah, I watch them pretty often, honestly.
All right, you remember the video where
Yeah.
like they did a really slow mo replay of shit, and they found like that crazy like explosion that happens every time like a bullet hits the fucking ballistics gel.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Inside, yeah, like inside the gel, there's like this little like miniature explosions from the pressures or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, it's literally, yeah, it's just pressure, right? You know what I'm saying? And so like if you heat up the steel beams, you break enough of them, and like they, you know, what I mean, they start having so much fucking like weight put on them, like the internal like temperature of the beams themselves will motherfucking like fucking start to melt, like at a certain fucking pressure. Like it just is
Yeah,
what it is.
and also like the concussions of the cracking could like dislodge other things and stuff like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's true. Yeah, because like when you're dealing with like high heat and high pressures, like stuff is going to happen that doesn't really make sense. Like it's not what do you call it? Intuitive, I guess you'd say, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, like,
Unless you
and
know what you're
like, let me
looking
say
at.
this: the Pentagon things makes absolutely no sense either. Let's keep going with this video a little bit. It's like 4:18
Yeah, I
in the
agree.
morning. Like this video's
Yeah.
stupid
No,
long. I don't know if we're gonna get through all this. We're gonna get through a little bit of it, but like this is a cool ass video. I think everybody should check out. I'll put the link in the description then.
Okay, so that's the clip. We're done with the clips for now, so I'm going to come back to our main screen here. So the basis of his attack against Patrick Buchanan is that Buchanan is an anti-Semite. And let's flesh this out a little bit. Let's tease this out somewhat. So Tucker says, because it's a very subtle and nuanced and specific thing that Tucker is saying. Tucker says that Pat Buchanan is kooky, is hateful. He's crazy. He's an anti-Semite. And because he's an anti-Semite, he's hurting legitimate political actors. How does Tucker Carlson create that distinction? What is the essence of that distinction between these so-called legitimate critics of the Israel lobby? Because if you notice, Tucker says it is okay to attack the Israel lobby. It is okay to talk about the sovereignty of our military. And sovereignty of the military means who is sending Americans to die in wars? Is it a foreign lobby or is it actually the will of the American people? He said, so those are legitimate conversations to have. You can criticize the lobby. You can argue whether we're going to war at the behest of Israel or not. He said, and that's legitimate. That's a legitimate conversation that we can and should have. He said, but Pat Buchanan is different. He said, Pat Buchanan is kooky and crazy, and he is an anti-Semite. Why? What is the difference? Tucker says it is the insinuation that Jewish Americans support Israel because they are Jewish. That is the essence of the distinction. And in a sense, Tucker is acting as a gatekeeper. That is effectively a description of a gatekeeper. When Tucker is telling his audience, this is what you are allowed to talk about, and this is what you are not allowed to talk about, that is what he said. He said, these are the conversations you can and should have, and these are the conversations that sober-minded people should not be having. He is, in effect, by definition, a gatekeeper because he controls the gate of acceptable discourse. What is tolerable, what is acceptable on television, in print, who can be employed and have a job influencing the minds of Americans, and who should not, who should be fired from their positions at various newspapers and opinion magazines, who should be fired from television, who should be listened to, who should have any credibility. Tucker is acting as a gatekeeper, controlling the gate of acceptable discourse, what is legitimate and what is crazy and hateful. And the basis of that distinction as the gatekeeper, again, is Pat says it has to do with Judaism. He is relentlessly talking about Judaism, and it is the Jewishness of the neocons, which colors their bias in favor of Israel. Now, I want to read to you, this is an article from Ron Unz. Ron Unz is Jewish himself. He wrote a fantastic article about this. I would encourage everybody to read it. It is about the ascendancy of the neocons. Ron Unz writes a little summary of the situation that Tucker Carlson is referring to. Tucker says that Pat is an anti-Semite. That is based on a couple of specific quotes that Pat Buchanan made in the early 1990s. Again, and the buildup to this is that George Bush took the country to war in Iraq in 1990, and it was a coalition of what were called paleo-conservatives, Pat Buchanan among them, as well as Russell Kirk and Joseph Sobran and Sam Francis, that were in opposition to the war. So this is the summary. This is from Ron Unz. This will help give you an idea of what was happening at the time and how and why Tucker was weighing in almost 10 years later. It says, quote, this is from the Unz Review. Many leading traditional conservatives expressed very strong reservations about George Bush's Gulf War plans, while the neocons fervently supported the attack against Israel's most dangerous regional rival, Iraq. Pat Buchanan held important positions in both the Nixon and Reagan administrations, and then he was a nationally syndicated columnist with a huge television footprint on Crossfire, the McLaughlin Group, and other popular cable shows. The ADL and other Jewish groups ferociously attacked the pundit when he declared to his national television audience of millions, quote, this is Patrick Buchanan, Capitol Hill is Israeli-occupied territory. This is 35 years ago. Pat Buchanan. There are only two groups that are beating the drums for war in the Middle East, the Israeli Defense Ministry and its Amen Corner in the United States. The Israelis want this war desperately because they want the United States to destroy the Iraqi war machine. They want us to finish them off. They don't care about our relations with the Arab world. This was in 1990. This is Pat Buchanan in 1990 against the first Bush administration in the first Persian Gulf War, which happened on the Iraqi side of the Persian Gulf. Notice how prescient what he said was then, 35 years ago. That was before 9/11, before the war in Iraq, the invasion and overthrow of Saddam Hussein in 2003, before the global war on terror, before all of it, before social media. Pat Buchanan said Capitol Hill is Israeli-occupied territory. The only people that want the war, the Israeli Defense Ministry, and notably he says the Israeli Defense Ministry's Amen Corner meaning amen, people that will support the Israelis no matter what in Washington. This comment was singled out and became a national controversy. And many of the neocons, both Jews and non-Jews alike, said that when Pat Buchanan said Amen Corner, he meant Jews. Pat Buchanan was insinuating, according to the neocons, that all the Jews in Washington were supporting Israel's war, imputing their motivations, saying that American Jews are Israel first. Imagine that. The article goes on. It says some commentators contended that that latter phrase could be read to mean merely Israel's supporters. But this more benign interpretation was undermined by some of Buchanan's own columns. In one column, written within days of the Amen Corner remark, Buchanan named 4 of those that he had in mind, the Amen Corner. A.M. Rosenthal, the former Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Pearl, the columnist Charles Krauthammer, and the former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. The Jewishness of these names contrasted with those of the American soldiers, who, in a subsequent piece, Buchanan said would do the fighting if war came to the Gulf. He said kids with names like McAllister, Murphy, Gonzalez, and Leroy Brown will die in the war in Iraq. So, Buchanan says one day, this war is the doing of the Israeli Defense Ministry. They want America to do our bidding, and they own Capitol Hill. And the only ones that want this war in Iraq are the Israeli government and their supporters in America. Everybody says, well, what's the Amen Corner? That's a dog whistle for American Jews. Some people say, no, he didn't mean American Jews. He just meant like neocons in general, people that support Israel. Buchanan comes over a week later and says, no, when I'm referring to the Amen Corner, I mean these 4 Jews. I mean these Jewish writers and these Jewish guys that work at think tanks and the Jewish people inside the Defense Department. Those are the Amen Corner. Those are the only other people in addition to Israel that support the war. And Buchanan contrasted those names. He said, who supports Israel's war in Iraq? Rosenthal, Krauthammer, Pearl, and Kissinger, all Jews. He said, and who's going to die in the war? He said, Leroy Brown, McAllister, Murphy, and Gonzalez. Now, what's what's the implication? The implication is these Jews in America that love Israel because they're Jewish, they're pushing us into a war that benefits Israel that Americans will die in. Specifically, non-Jewish Americans that are Irish, that are white from Appalachia, that are Mexican. People with names like McAllister, Gonzalez, and Leroy Brown, they're going to die for people named Rosenthal, Kissinger, and Krauthammer. That was the comment in the early 1990s that got him attacked by the establishment. Those are the comments that Tucker Carlson was referring to. When Tucker says that Pat Buchanan is insinuating that Jews push America into wars that non-Jews are going to die in, that's the remark he was talking about. The Amen Corner, that's the remark he was talking about. And to Tucker, that is the line between what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. Whether you say that Jewishness and Judaism has anything to do with the neoconservatives in America, the Israel lobby in America, and Israel bringing us to war in the Middle East for their benefit. The distinction is whether you think it's all ideological or whether you think it has to do with their Jewishness, whether it's essential. That's the distinction. Now, the article from UNS goes on. It says, Pat Buchanan decided to challenge George Bush in the Republican primaries, a development that seemed likely to spark an explosive public conflict between the heavily Jewish neocons and their traditionalist conservative rivals, very much like what is happening today. William F. Buckley Jr., who was the founder of National Review, had long reigned as the quasi-pope of the conservatives. He attempted to preempt this looming conflict by publishing a book called In Search of Anti-Semitism, a massive 40,000-word article that filled an entire issue of his magazine, National Review, and was later released as a book, coming down on the side of the neocons and sharply criticizing his erstwhile allies like Buchanan and Sobran. So this was the episode, think about it, this was the episode in the 1990s. George H.W. Bush, again, from Yale College, from Skull and Bones, George Bush, the vice president from Yale, from the CIA, who became the president, brought us to war in Iraq at the behest of the neocons. Pat Buchanan, Joseph Sobran, Sam Francis, Russell Kirk, the traditional conservatives rise up and say, this is not America first. This is a war for Israel. Capitol Hill is Israeli-occupied territory, and so is the conservative movement. And the reason they're supporting the war is because they're Jewish. Pat Buchanan challenges the incumbent president, George Bush, in 1992 in the Republican primary and almost wins in New Hampshire, gets a surprising amount of support, and threatens to fracture the movement. By serving as a spoiler in that GOP primary in 1992, Buchanan inspires Ross Perot to run as a third party. And some people blame Pat Buchanan and Ross Perot for George Bush's defeat in 1992. Does this sound similar? 8 years later, Tucker Carlson comes out and says what? It's okay to criticize neocons and their wars. It's okay to criticize the Israel lobby. It's okay to talk about the sovereignty of the military. He said what's beyond the pale is this insistence on talking about Judaism, saying that Jewish Americans have to support Israel, saying that non-Jews will die in wars that Jewish push America into. He said that is what is truly anti-Semitic. That is beyond the pale. This mirrors exactly the situation right now, which is that the Israel lobby, once again, is pushing us into a war in Iran. Who is Donald Trump's vice president right now? J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, who went to Yale Law School, who is a protege of Peter Thiel, one of the CIA's most important contractors, because he built Palantir. And as we talked about last week, J.D. Vance would not exist, would not have had a Senate seat, would not be Trump's vice president without Peter Thiel and actually Tucker Carlson. So just as then, George Bush, head of the CIA from Yale, vice president under Reagan, becomes president, puts us to...
So Peter Thiel is a government informant. I would kind of
Yeah,
like to
among
know
many.
why.
Well, I mean, if you want to really understand Peter Thiel, I mean, first of all, the obvious things. Um, he's gay, obviously, and the thing about Thiel that nobody talks about that I find very suspicious is that his early career. First of all, he was born in Germany, which is kind of weird, and I think he's Jewish personally, but that's just me. But let me look this up really quick. So Peter Thiel, I just want to make sure I'm getting my facts right. So early life and education, born in West Germany. Um, he came when he was 1 years old. His dad was a chemical engineer. His dad worked for mining companies, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just giving you like a little bit of stuff, right? Also had ties to South Africa, like Elon. So yeah. And anyways, long story short, you know, early on when I'm just making sure I'm getting my stuff right here. So he started the newspaper at Stanford, and which was by Irving Kristol. Irving Kristol basically did that, who was like the godfather of neocons. So this is a direct link to neocons. Rene
Yeah,
Girard,
yeah. Like
you know,
Nick goes into this later on in this stream where like he breaks down that the Nesta Souza fucking there's a bunch of guys fucking Peter Thiel, Charlie Kirk, like all these people got money from Irving Kristol or like fucking one of these things to start these fucking newspapers and shit.
right. Yeah, and just really briefly, I want to mention this because it's the part that nobody mentions. So he graduated Stanford Law. He became a clerk for a judge in the appeals circuit. Then he went and worked as a securities lawyer for Sullivan and Cromwell. So Sullivan and Cromwell is a multinational law firm. Okay. Um, They played a key role in the development of corporate and financial law in the United States, including the development of excuse me, shareholder derivatives, antitrust actions, federal income tax, and securities registration. So he then went to work for Credit Suisse, which is a Swiss bank that is basically like. So these two financial firms are like very similar to like Federal Reserve. So I would say they're like Federal Reserve adjacent, right? So then he became a speechwriter for Secretary of Education. So again, I'm just saying that like if you take those into consideration and then see that he basically started PayPal like not too long after that, right? Like I'm just saying that like I think those are things that are relevant, and also the fact that he worked for like he was associated with Confinity, right? Well, I guess that's like basically what became PayPal. But if you look at like his business partners and stuff like that, so again, I'm just saying that like you basically have the Federal Reserve adjacent banking institutions that kind of gave him his start, right? So I think that that's an important point, right? So I don't know. I mean, take it, make of that what you will. But again, I think it's like everything he does is involving financial corporate law, essentially, right? Like you don't start PayPal without having some sort of connection with like corporate and financial law in this country. Does that make sense? So I think that's kind of where I'm looking at it from.
Well, like
Yeah.
the whole thing with PayPal, what Teal had to do to like get through to make PayPal work was the securitization thing, right? Hang on, bro. Give me a second. history. Hang on a second. Let me, Jesus Christ. Bro, listen. All this stuff. Hang on.
And they'll have somebody else, on.
Hang on, man. Okay, let me go here. And then, Brad, listen, I do not want to take this full screen. Okay. Okay. You're hop in a second. All right. Let me know when you're in. Oh, wait, yeah. Sorry, Ben. Never mind. All right, so check us out. Watch this shit.
No. I think very powerful people at JP Morgan told me I needed to meet him. He didn't want to talk about finance. He wanted to talk about science.
You can't do your podcast safely.
My employer was a special informant to the FBI. He's like one of my closest friends. I'm not going to say who it is.
Your employer?
Yeah, and one of my closest friends. I live under a periscope.
Weinstein works for Peter Thiel, just so everybody knows.
Proctoscope is really what I meant. But yeah, I want to do physics, man. I'm really, really good at it.
So Eric Weinstein worked for...
And if we have an idea that we shouldn't do physics in public, I would like to have a call from somebody inside.
What? What'd you say, Nero?
So he's saying, oh, sorry, I just want to make sure I understood. Did he say that he worked for Thiel?
He works for Peter Thiel.
Eric Weinstein does work for Peter Thiel?
Yeah.
Currently?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Peter Thiel's hedge fund, we'll go with hedge fund, because I'm not sure. Venture capital fund. There we go. Weinstein, because, physics, mathematician type of thing, right? He does like a lot of the math for like investing and like analyzation of like stocks and that type of thing, companies, that type of shit. Yeah, so let's keep going.
Hey, Eric, we need you to come in. Okay, great. What's up? But I didn't use your resources. I didn't use your grants. Nobody ever informed me. My God, nobody ever informed me about restricted data. How many people on Earth know that there's a doctrine that says physicists don't have free speech? We can execute you for doing your job. It's never been tested in the courts, and I hope that the Supreme Court will not allow that. But if we have a problem that is so serious in theoretical physics that it needs the world's largest exemption from free speech, we need to amend the Constitution. You can't just do this as a sneak attack where you reserve the right casually to hook the 1917 Espionage Act up against the 1946 and 54 Atomic Energy Acts. I've canvassed my physics colleagues. One of the memes against me, which is very funny, is that no physicists take me seriously when I'm in their offices all the time. I just don't know what my life is. And with this latest advent of war in the Middle East, are you really going to pretend that if you can Google all of these things that I have no idea what I'm talking about? I'm looking to have a conversation with my own government. I'm looking to have a conversation about theoretical physics. And I can do it quietly, but I have rights, and I do not believe that the 1946 and 1954 Atomic Energy Acts are constitutional. Try me. There is no restricted data. You can't do that to an American. And you can't just keep mounting covert influence campaigns, I just spent 5 days in the physics department. I'm not allowed to say that it was 5 days in the physics department as a visitor. I gave a talk. I'm not allowed to say that I gave a talk. I don't know what this is. And I'm tired of it, it's just like, if you're managing the Middle East this badly, if you're managing physics this badly, if you're managing the national economy this badly, if you screwed up COVID this badly by getting inside of the Lancet and Nature, peer review is this fake thing that supposedly stretches back to the founding of the Royal Society. And it's very clear from the scholarship around it that it comes out of a period between 1965 and 1975, initiated by the Medicare Act, predicated on the need for editors for the journal expansion founded by Pergamon Press and Robert Maxwell. By 1975, there's a giant battle between the NSF and both fiscal and cultural conservatives against something called Man, A Course of Study, or MACOS, where peer review was born in a Utah clinic, came out of the medical literature because the federal government in 1965 with the Medicare Act picked up the need to pay for so many medical procedures. They wanted to say, why are we assigning this many medical procedures? The doctors circled the wagons and said, we will peer review each other. Then by 1975, the NSF was under the microscope, and they used peer review as a self-defense of last resort to say, we will be reviewing each other, right? Peer review is a myth. The scholarship is clear as day. I can't keep going on the world's largest podcast saying everything that can be Googled and figured out and just constantly have as my reward that the government refuses to have a conversation with me. And
what do you think there, Neurojack? No? Yeah, all right, bro. Keep on.
Sends its gaggle of idiots to harass
Oh, does it change your opinion of him now that because he works for Theo, or do you think that it's like just a job for him or something?
Well,
because
first off,
obviously he's also like,
I've known this forever, right? It's not new information for me, right? I like Weinstein because I like the things he says. No one else is going to tell you that the peer review, right? The idea of peer review was invented in the 1960s and 70s.
yeah. Well, and by the way, I totally agree with what he's saying about physics. Personally, I think that they've gate kept physics for maybe for a good reason. That might be what he's saying, because really, if you think about it, string theory is probably the most like accurate thing, but then I think they've suppressed that.
No, I think
they
they push strings theory to like fucking keep all the minds busy doing nothing, because string theory is complete and utter horseshit. It's nonsense.
Well, it's true, but it's useless.
Not. No, it's not true. It's not true.
Like
no, it's not true at all. There's nothing true about it. It's complete garbage. The whole thing's complete garbage. No, seriously. It's all complete garbage. There's nothing true about string theory.
I
Nothing. It's been disproven. It's complete and utter bullshit. They've spent 40 years working on nothing.
Yeah, but regardless, I think that it is true that that what he's saying is like, peer review is basically a way to systematically censor people from. I mean, I was trying to be in biochemistry, and you know, long story short, when you start looking at the bioethics, which is what freaked me out initially, but also if you look at like the lines of inquiry within the biomedical sphere, it's completely controlled by these corporations that are purposefully keeping you away from cures and keeping you on, treatments, right? And they do that by the whole like like let's just put it this way, go try to read the studies that they do on medical products. They're laughable. Like they actually don't tell you anything about how safe or effective any of them are. So yeah, that's all I'll say about that on YouTube. But yeah, so I know what he's saying is true for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But like, this is why I like Weinstein, right? Like, Weinstein brings you information that you didn't have, number one. And number two, he's a human, right? Let me ask you something. Out of everybody that like you've heard on YouTube ever, how many of them will like in the middle of like a podcast and talking about like serious shit, sing a song?
None.
He does that on a regular basis. He ties like physics and mathematics to like music. And he starts talking about like the history of these chords, right? And the movement of like our species and all these things, our history, to the musical nature of it, right? And like the music that goes with it. And I find that beautiful. Right? Like, there's very few of us. I'm one of the very few. Me and like 3 or 4 other guys, right? Who still talk about music. There's something about music that's very human. And I feel like we're losing our souls. We dismiss music, we dismiss sports, games, the things that like are inefficiencies in the system. They're not needed, but they're part of us. This is why I like Weinstein. Because he introduces like that element.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, here's the thing: is like if there were more Jews that were like Weinstein, I mean, that were doing whatever it is that they're doing, I'd probably like it. Let me give you an example, right? Like, I was reading this book with my kid today about like what it's like to live in a Greek society back in like Athens and Sparta and shit. I'm like sitting here reading it, and it's like, man, these people, they knew how to live, right? They left their women at home. They had slaves. They, only men voted. The men went to go work out all day, and the women like stayed home and like, did women shit, right? And the men learned how to be warriors, and the women learned how to like keep shit functioning. And the men learned like reading, writing, poetry, logic, debate. Like how fucking how much propaganda did it take to like degenerate people from like a Greek lifestyle to what we have today? I mean, it's incredible, right?
Well, I mean, like this is how
they
Muslims
probably live like the peak.
This is how the Muslims live. This is how the Italians live. This is how the Spanish live. The only people that don't live this way are the Anglos and the Asians, the Japanese in particular. the Koreans, increasingly the Chinese. Everyone else lives this way. We have this is where we get back down to the human terrain thing, right? Where like we have like eaten ourselves. We've allowed the economy to eat our people and our way of life and who we are as a species. We've contorted ourselves to fit into like this continually changing, continually needing like more efficiency model of life. Forever now. Like I even say, like I say on the radio, like we're raising our children to, we're raising the government's children. Like if you're putting your kid in the school, if you care about education in the way that like the common parlance is, what you're saying is I care about my kid being a good economic citizen. But you don't care about your kid being your kid, about being your child. Weinstein talks about this. He said, I'm not done being a parent at 18. I'm not done being a parent at 25. I'm not done being a parent at 40. Because they're still my children. He said this is an immigrant mentality.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that mentality personally. I mean, I think it's one of the mistakes that I've seen in my own culture for sure. Of that.
But what are you doing though?
Of this just idea of like, yeah.
What are you doing though? What are
Well,
you raising your kid for?
My kid's not in school.
Not yet. He's not old enough yet.
Well, at the rate, well, he's pretty. Well, he's getting close to it, and well, the thing is like. At the rate he's going to be a menace. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, all of our kids are menaces. You know what I mean?
It's going to be a menace to society for sure. Which I have mixed feelings on because, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, I don't think kids belong in and again, I honestly, I think I did pretty good in school. It wasn't really a problem for me. The only the biggest problem with school for me is that, you know, I got shut up a lot and, you know, wasn't provided opportunity to match what I was capable of. But
my bigger problem with school was the fact they forced me to go. They forced me to fucking go. My first day of school when I was a kid, I went to Catholic school. And it was me and, believe it or not, the black banker's kid, right? And we both went to the same Catholic school. He rode us to school in the back of a station wagon, right, facing backwards, right? Because that's, I don't know if you remember like the old like Chevy Caprice station wagons and shit, right? It's how like fucking they used to have seats in the fucking trunk, right? That faced backward. That was your third row. And I never made it into the building. I ran off. And they had to call the police because they couldn't find us. Me and my boy, we used to call him Peeper. Right. And we were hiding in a fucking tree because we didn't want to go. I never wanted to be in fucking school. Fucking hated every minute of it. It's completely false government fucking building. I fucking hated going. Every day I fucking hated it. It wasn't the people. It was the environment. Like, I felt it was just not right as a place. It was never comfortable. It was horrible. Fucking hated it. It was fucking miserable. And my kids feel the same way. None of them want to go. And it breaks my heart making him go. I don't know, man.
Well, you're right. I mean, in the schools, we basically become wards of the state, whether we like it or not. There's no doubt about that.
I feel you. Here, let's watch a little bit more of this fucking. Cause this is like, bro, I love Weinstein's fucking beast mode.
You think it's doing that? It's sending a gaggle of it.
Yes, I do. I do think that. I think that some of them are actual idiots who just enjoy causing problems. But I think more than anything, we have a real problem. Science is too powerful. If you wanted to just cut to the ultimate core of this, if 4 amino acids can shut down planet Earth, if a 9-page paper solving the double spend problem can create a new currency not backed by violence, but backed by mathematics, if the concept of an inner product in a large vector space generates something you can't tell isn't a human being in 2017, do you have any idea what the power of the human mind is at this point? Linear algebra can create something that you would fall in love with. It can create the most beautiful music you can imagine, or it can animate a photo of a dead relative so that you can actually have the experience of having some video of you with a great-grandparent you can't even remember. Science is the most amazing, powerful, crazy stuff possible. And we spend a fortune trying to convince people that scientists are worthless, that scientists are incapable. And in large measure, they've convinced the scientists themselves. My colleagues, the supposed physicists, will spend their entire lives pretending to do physics and retire without ever having actually done any. I was in this physics department I was just in. It's been a long time since I've spent that long as a visitor. The top people in this physics department professed that they had no interest in the physical world, that they only cared about the mathematics that they were doing. And I just thought, you're in a theoretical physics group, and you profess openly that you have no interest whatsoever in the physical world. Well done. I don't know who you were. I don't know how you did it, but it took you 4 decades to get the physicists to stop caring about the physical world. Somehow what we did is we stopped the world's most powerful and the world's most important group from making progress. And why Elon Musk is not out here saving this by just throwing a few billion at it. You know, Elon, if you're out there, it's Ad Astra, yes or no. Mars is a stopgap message. Do you want to go to the stars? Is there something we don't know? To the Department of Energy, do you want to have conversations? Is there anyone at all out here? That's my question. That's why I do the podcasts. And it's, by the way, I'm repeating myself. I've said this before. Send lawyers, guns, and money. There's no one out here. But I will say this. If we could get out of here, you know, in terms of transcendence, in terms of things that are really exciting, there's nothing that I had greater pleasure at as a father than taking my children for meteor showers. We take the dog, we go to a secret location outside of Los Angeles that's quite dark, and we just lie under the sky and watch for hours, you know, and look up at the heavens and think, my God, that's a destination. That's someplace I could go. I don't think that there's a more inspiring thing than to figure out the infinity of space, all of these galaxies and the deep field photographs of these space telescopes, filled with worlds. And we're stuck here. It's like, it's enough already. Time to go. Let's have some fun. That's really what I'm excited about. Been great to be here.
Thank you for being here. Super fascinating, and it's spun my brain in several different directions at the same time.
So anyway, back to Nick. Like, listen, every time I put Nick on, the fucking viewership goes up like fucking 10 people.
War in Iraq, as it is now. J.D. Vance, protege of CIA contractor Peter Thiel from Yale Law School. Trump is pushing us into war with Iran at the behest of the neocons. I get up in 2024 and say, do not vote for Trump. This is Israeli-occupied territory. The only people that want a war in Iran are the Israelis in their amen corner. And just as in 1999, what does Tucker Carlson come out and say about me? He said, there are legitimate critics of the neocons like Joe Kent and Vance, but Fuentes is crazy and hateful. He is kooky and an anti-Semite. It's the same situation 30 years ago over a different war and the same monologue, canceling what is really the same figure, relatively the same figure in exactly the same way. As I said at the beginning of the show, this is a story of generations. This story, like all stories, is a story of generations, fathers and sons, and cycles and networks, and the rise and fall of nations. So you could say that in the 1990s, there was a different generation of this battle. There were the paleocons and the neocons, just as there are now, paleocons, America Firsters, and neocons. But I want to focus a little bit more on William F. Buckley, because as Ron Unz writes in his article, the major attack against Pat Buchanan did not come from Tucker Carlson. At that time, Tucker Carlson was a very low-level journalist, barely got on television, and was not really into public broadcasting. And his attack on Buchanan came in 1999, many years after the initial controversy in 1991. The major attack against Buchanan came from William F. Buckley, who at that time, if you understand anything about the history of the conservative movement, William F. Buckley was considered the intellectual leader of the conservative movement in America. Ron Unz calls him the quasi-pope. And it was William F. Buckley who founded National Review in the 1950s, at the beginning of the Cold War, after World War II. It was William F. Buckley that throughout the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, he is the one that really created the modern doctrine of conservatism. He was behind Barry Goldwater in 1964. He was the intellectual heavyweight behind the fusionist coalition that brought Reagan to power in 1980. So William F. Buckley was the leader of the conservatives, in many ways similar to Tucker Carlson today, or you could argue somebody like Ben Shapiro or somebody like Charlie Kirk. William F. Buckley was dominant. I would argue more dominant than any of them today back in the 1980s and 1990s. As I said, William F. Buckley wrote a 40,000-word hit piece on Buchanan in 1991 called In Search of Anti-Semitism, filled up a whole issue of the magazine, published as a book, and it sought to cancel Pat Buchanan and push him out of the race so that he could not challenge George Bush in 1992. Now, I want to talk about who William F. Buckley is, because when we work through the biography of William F. Buckley, we're going to discover some startling themes, some startling patterns. And you'll notice there's many of these patterns that show up over and over and over again in consistent themes. Before we get into William F. Buckley, it is important to talk about the CIA and where the CIA came from and how the CIA operates, what its mission is, among other things. Because again, if you go back to last week, my criticism of Tucker Carlson, the central question is Tucker Carlson in the CIA? We talked about his father. We talked about Voice of America. He accused me of being in the CIA. He attacked Pat Buchanan along the same lines that William F. Buckley did 10 years earlier. I want to talk about the CIA and establish some important things to understand about how they operate first, to understand all these stories. So where did the CIA actually come from? The CIA is established in 1947, but it was preceded by an organization called the OSS. And this was a wartime intelligence organization that was started during World War II in the aftermath of some sabotage attacks in New York City and other espionage that was happening during the war on the part of the Germans and the Axis powers that we were fighting. So the OSS forms up. That's the precursor to the CIA. It's
what up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with anything he's saying. I mean, I think, you know, I mean, I don't want to go for the jugular on this stuff, but I think, I mean, I just think it's kind of weird that everybody's like, the CIA is bad, and it's like, yeah, but like, does that make the KGB good or something, or I don't know.
Your
I mean, the
fucking
CIA is
brain
bad
is
for
weird
sure,
as
but
fuck. You know that? Like your brain is the weirdest fucking thing.
why is that?
Like you do this shit all the fucking time, right? Where it's like, like something said to you and like you immediately jump to like some crazy ass assumption, right? Where it's like, oh man, CIA bad, so that means KGB good. Like, bruh, listen, like, because I've said these type of things, not like this type of shit, but like I've said shit to you, right? And like you go, oh man, listen, fucking, oh well, if you say that, then you mean this, and I'm like, no, like, why would you make an assumption that like the on the exact opposite side of what the fuck it is I'm saying? Like, your brain is fucking weird, bro.
Well, I'm doing like Eric Weinstein and trying to push the boundaries of theoretical conspiracy theory to its limits here.
I don't think you are, right? I think what you're doing is like, oh, you're like thinking like I don't how do I
Well, let me put it like this. Okay,
what's up?
here's what I'm really trying to get at. Like, he's a Catholic, right? And
Mhm.
he's obviously rightfully pointing out that these Episcopalian retards like Tucker Carlson are problematic because they're basically defending this British model and this Israeli thing, whatever that is. Whether they're a piece of it or they're the start of it, doesn't matter. And he's trying to push things into like a more of a Catholic controlled,
Like, yo,
thing,
listen, bro. Like,
which is not bad.
no,
I'm not
like
saying that
again,
it's
like
totally
your
wrong, but I'm saying
your
like,
brain is the weirdest fucking thing. I swear to Christ. Like, it really is like weird how your fucking brain works, right? Like, it is the oddest shit I've ever experienced in my entire life, right? Is like your fucking brain and like the way it moves. Because like I'm standing here and I go, all right, how do I put this? The nationalistic aspect of America, right? In Nick's eyes is going like, okay, I want my government to be controlled by my people, right? I don't want it controlled by an outside interest. I want to be able to have the individuals who are committing usury and doing fuck shit all the time, right? To like not be, you know what I mean, like put at the forefront and protected by my government against me, right? I want to have exclusive access, right? And exclusive rights to the labor market. I want my people to be thought of. I want my grandkids to be thought of. I want my great grandkids to be thought of. This is not Catholic. This is normal. Like, this is just the normal way of doing things. The British way of doing things is anti-human fuck shit.
well, yeah, and it merged with the French way of doing things, and it merged with some other things. But yeah, you're not totally wrong, and it merged with some Jewish, trickery and stuff. But
No, like you hear Weinstein
yeah,
talk,
you're not
bruh? Did
wrong.
you hear Weinstein talk, bruh? Like, listen, Weinstein, like, yo, is a
Yeah,
Jew,
but
right? And that's how Jews feel. No, no, no. Like, again, the Jews, right, are like any other group other than maybe like the Germans, right? Who say like, my people are more important than your people, and taking care of my people means taking care of myself, right? Because they're gonna look after me, and I'm gonna look after them.
but it
It's
also means
in
that they're
group.
going to use they're also going to use people at their disposal against, against their interest, right? Which is, again, it's part of what you're saying, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
like,
But that's normal. That's how normal
right? I
people
agree,
behave.
and what you're saying is the British is like self-destructive on top of, subversive.
Yeah, right. They're like, listen,
Yeah,
I'm an
yeah,
individual. I care about just me. I don't care about my kids, community, family, country, money.
yeah. I mean, I think I agree with you. I just think that you're giving the Jews a really big pass. Like when you say the British, like the British were controlled by these, you know, not I want to say controlled, but they were definitely influenced by like these like Kabbalah, Zohar, Talmud, all these different
Yeah, I
things
mean
were
the
like
The Aleister Crowley people, all that type of shit. I feel you.
well, I mean like 400 or 500 years ago, like back in the Venetian days and shit, before all that. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean I
But
agree.
again, it's nitpicky. It's nitpicky,
It
But
is, it
I'm
is,
just
it
saying,
is. But
like, there's
here's the
some of
thing:
that.
everybody else got away from that, but them. Like, you know why the Spanish failed so hard
Yeah,
in South and Central America? Do you know why?
because they're lazy greaseballs. I'm just kidding.
No,
No,
no, not at all, not at all. And this is the big thing, right? The reason is because like the church and their people said, "Hey, listen, we can't keep treating these humans this way," and they started giving out like rights and like freedom, not well, rights, freedoms. You know what I mean? Like, and the church started protecting the fucking
yeah,
the people, right? Which fucked up the Spanish. I mean, you can't make money when like you had to pay the slaves, right? You can't make money when like the people there had to be treated well, right, and have like the ability to like dictate for themselves how shit goes. The English didn't have that. The English never gave a fuck about not just themselves, but like yeah, they didn't give a fuck about the people here and themselves.
well, yeah. And when I was reading about it too, it's like the thing is, and this is what's interesting as well, is like the Vikings also like invaded in England for a long time and stuff like you said, they were kind of getting their ass handed to them, and I just wonder how much of what became England, like how much of that influence from like the Vikings and the Romans and all that like really bled into it at some point. But yeah, there's something very unique about that those people, whatever those people became, because I think that's the thing is like even when you say that like I'm part Scottish or something, but like does that mean that like I'm a mix of like the uh I'm basically a mutt because it's basically like the Vikings and the native Celts or whatever they were mixed together at some point, right? So even in England, we were mutts.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
I guess Yakub made us, and now we're like devil spawn upon the world.
fucking Yakub, right? No, I mean like it's like the Scots and the Irish, right? There's a reason why the English used to whoop their ass because the English don't care about themselves, and then the English would like just fucking just run y'all motherfuckers into the deck, bro. Like just go ham. And due to their like larger like urban population, right? I mean, like they always had the numbers on you. And y'all were tribal.
Yeah, because they were always more industrialized. They had more of a way to. The Scottish were like a bunch of people living in marshes and shit, like savages.
Yeah.
They probably threw their kids in the bogs when they died or something. Yeah, who knows? But I'm just saying, like, there's different kind of people for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah. So, anyways, the point is like I'm trying to get at is that you're not totally wrong in some ways. But yeah, I think that this thing of like I'm just trying to say that I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I think that what I do know is that the people like Nick, they have an agenda that is more than like organic. And again, that doesn't mean that they're a Fed. It doesn't mean that they're like a Vatican assassin per se. I hope it means that there's an actual struggle internally for, you know, something that's better. I just don't trust that the new boss is going to be better than the old, but I guess it couldn't be much worse at the rate we're going. So I guess that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Feel you. Listen, all right. So here's where I'm at right now. I'm kind of getting fucking tired, right? So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shut this bitch down because I've been going for 4 hours. Yeah, rock on. Yo, listen, it's been 4 hours, people. I don't know, maybe like, you know what I mean, later today or like fucking throughout this week or whatever, we can break down some more Nick stuff, since y'all seem to like that shit and I'm getting like 40 and 50 viewers a pop. I'm down for that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to cover more Nick because no one on YouTube is doing him justice, and I think that that's a tragedy. So let's do it.
I feel you. I feel you. All right, man. Listen, I'm gonna holla at y'all motherfuckers. Y'all know the deal. Like, share, and subscribe on this video. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. You know what I mean? Everybody who came through, it's appreciated. I'm gonna holla.